Hello, everyone, and welcome to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, brought to you by Wisdom. I, of course, am Blevins, and I'm joined today by the man, the myth, the legend, the Statler to my Waldorf, none other than Charmer. What's up, buddy?
I'm feeling great. This is a bit nostalgic. I was saying before we went live that it's been a long time since I've been on Fight Night, a very long time. But also, I realized that they let us back together after the last seasonal tournament that you and I were on the desk together. And I didn't know I would ever find work again after that. So we'll see how tonight goes. But otherwise, I'm feeling great. It's a beautiful Friday night, and I'm ready to see some fights.
Good. I mean, we haven't technically had a seasonal yet since then, so hopefully the next one will still go off without a hitch. But hey, we're here with Fight Night regardless, and well, let's just get things started like we always do. Jump right in to that format here, and I want to put a little bit of caveat here. If you've been listening, if you've been paying attention over the last couple of weeks, I've been dropping little not so subtle hints that the format is going to be changing after this week. This is actually the final week of Fight Night with this format. That format, of course, is double elim with 8 invited players. Every single match is going to be a best of 3. Players are going to be bringing 2 decks with no region overlapping to win. Players need to win with both of their decks, and they are playing for that $200 prize pool. But after this week, we are going to be shifting to the Riot Lock format. That's right, 3 decks, 1 ban, same format as the seasonal, so all these players can be practicing the same format that they're going to be playing in the seasonal. So we're super excited for that, and we'll have more details on Twitter and whatnot going forward. But Charmer, let's take a look at the players that we've got playing in the event tonight.
Yeah, we've got a great lineup with these 8 players. We're going to be seeing, I believe, Kever and Monte Cristo. I know that is not how he says it, but every time I see it, I can't help myself. We're going to see them.
It's now Montex Risto is what I'm calling.
Oh, that's beautiful as well. We're going to be seeing them to start things off, but the entire first round is honestly really, really fun. We've got Fair Jordans, aka F Air Jordans, Slay as well, and we've got Dudu De Nunu taking on Bitter, who I'm a big fan of because numbers and names win games. And then we've also got Darkodius and Grave Trail at the other end of the bracket, and I'm really excited because you and I have been kind of talking about how Kever and Darkodius have a bit of a rivalry, and with them on complete opposite ends of the bracket, if they end up making the finals, that's going to be a great matchup to watch. But they got to make it there first, and so that's why we're going to be watching Kever in this first round. And I like what they have brought, but also Monte is trying to target that lineup. We were talking a little bit before we went live about how there's Ari Kennen, and then there are supposedly lineups that target it, but the reality is that the lineups that are supposed to be good into Ari Kennen are not like super favored. You can find success, but they are not really polarizing. We're not talking about old school Fiora into aggro, for example. A favored matchup is probably only like 55% in this case.
Yeah, and well, we'll certainly be talking about that throughout the day, but here is one of those decks from Monte. This is going to be your old-fashioned Nightfall deck. Somehow Nick Makes Plays knows this is happening and is shedding a single tear of proudness for Monte as he brings this. But I've actually been watching Monte stream lately. He's been playing a variety of different decks, but he's actually been locked in on the on this Nightfall deck as again, like a pseudo counter, or at least an all right matchup into Ari Kennen. I think that it has those aggressive elements. It's got a little bit of interaction. It's got some over the top, obviously with Doom Beasts and whatnot, and even Moonlit Affliction, a card that we don't always see in this deck. It's very expensive, but it allows you to maybe come out of nowhere and push that extra bit of damage and just overwhelm these Ari Kennen players.
Well, the other nice thing about Affliction is that when you're triggering it, you kind of get that double hush as well. Yep. And that's a really big deal when you're trying to deal with somebody like Ari or Kennen. The other reason I like this Nightfall list is that if you can get an early Diana going, it's a lot of pressure. They have to use their recalls a bit defensively. And then if you can get to the point where you are flipping that other champion, that dark boy, well, suddenly your entire board's going to have fearsome, and the opposing list doesn't have a great way to block that. So you can kind of get this nice big push of counter pressure. And so again, I don't think that it is a crazy polarized matchup in favor of Nightfall, but I do think that there are at least strategies to, you know, take one away from the Ari Kennen list there.
Yeah, if you can pull it to a 50-50 even, you're feeling good, or anywhere near that. But another deck that actually a lot of players, I believe this is the most represented deck in the event today. There it is. MF Quinn, another throwback. I don't know if Monte knows what year it is, but he brought Nightfall and Scouts. But you know, if you've been playing any amount of ladder, you've seen Scouts has sort of been the flavor of the week this past week or so. I originally saw it from our caster friend across the pond. Of course, Gems is always a always a proponent of Scouts, but we've seen a lot of players pick up Scouts, not only on ladder, but in the tournament scene as well. It's another deck that is, you know, at least theoretically has a strong game plan into the Ari Kennen. You mentioned Charmer. Ari Kennen is good at a lot of things. Blocking, not really one of those. So if you're able to make these attacks, you have more stats for your units pound for pound than the Ari Kennen. If you can put that pressure on early and often, you can really overwhelm them, and they can fall behind, and it's not great for them.
Yeah, I got to be honest, I'm a little surprised that Scouts is the most represented archetype here. I would have thought Ari Kennen would be that for sure, with Scouts maybe a close second. One of the other reasons that Scout is really nice into that particular matchup is if you can get your Misfortune down, Ari Kennen doesn't have a great way to get her off the board, and her trigger when you're attacking means that, yes, you can block and then you can kind of take those defensive recalls, but you have to take the recalls or else you're just going to be losing your units before you get value because of those low health totals. And so really excited to see how this is going to play into Ari Kennen. And then I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here, but in the future here, I'm really looking forward to seeing how the Scouts does into any of our Freljord control lists. I know there's a couple of players that brought that, because that's what I've been having the most success with on the ladder, at least as of recently. It's just simply because Frostbite is actually in a great spot right now as well. It's a great way to shut down the RE combo. When that goes off, it's also really good into Scouts because it nullifies multiple attacks. And so we might end up seeing, just before the seasonals kick off, a bit of a triangle, if you will, that old rock, paper, scissors, where some sort of Freljord based control with Frostbite elements plays into RE Kennen, plays into the Scouts, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that is a predominant thought going into this event. Obviously, wanting to have at least a strategy against RE Kennen, because you know that it's going to be in a lot of players' lineup, so you either need to be able to beat it or ban it. And that's where a lot of players are coming. But we're jumping in. Game number one, Kever versus Monte Cristo. Kever on the bottom, Monte Cristo on the top. This is the patented go hard RE Kennen for Kever. And of course, the Nightfall deck we took a look at just a bit ago. Two champs on the side of Monte, looking pretty strong.
Yeah, I kind of want to highlight something that Kever's doing here with the mulligan. Some players might be looking at this and saying, okay, they're keeping the go hard, but I don't expect them to use this early because it's going to potentially throw off their allegiance triggers with Kinku. So why would you want to keep this? And the answer is that it also means you don't have to worry about it being in your deck to muddy up those allegiance triggers, and then you can have it already ready to go when you're ready to kind of turn the corner. And so if you see it in the opening hand, as long as you don't have like 3 of them, this is a pretty safe keep. You don't have to worry about mulliganing it away. You can hold on to it, wait till you land your Kinku play on 4, and then you can start revving up the go hard.
Absolutely. Really, really great point. And the other thing is, you want to make sure that the Kinku on the key turn doesn't whiff, because that can just be game ending in a lot of scenarios. It's possible that Kever, on this next attack token for him doesn't have a Kinku, and then he can reevaluate whether or not he actually wants to cast this go hard, because the Kinku on 9 later on might be, you might be able to have a whiff there and not really care as much. Obviously it still is not great for you, but you can, you're not necessarily losing the game if you whiff it on turn 9 versus the turn 4 just playing a 2/3.
Yeah, one of the beautiful things about Ari Kennen in general is that even if you do whiff on 4, and it's such a big play when it lands on 4, but even if you miss on 4, you've got so many tools to bounce it back, replay it, or you can use God Willow, for example, and then just take another crack at it on the following turn. It's not like it's the end all be all if you do not land it on 4, but it is definitely what you're trying to accomplish. It's a big part of your game plan. And so here we saw the go hard trying to slow down the aggression. Obviously, this was a lot of potential damage, and now we're going to see another come down. This is kind of what we were talking about, where I had mentioned that Nocturne, when it levels up, that fearsome threat is not something that Ari Kennen can deal well with. Well, here, this is just advancing that game plan that much sooner.
Yeah, this is 9 damage. Kever has, I mean, nothing that they can do. I mean, he potentially could have used Concussive Palm earlier, but there's no way you're ever actually doing that. That's just not a winning game plan a lot of the time. And Monte, you know, having the 4/1 fearsomes this early is obviously great for him, but yeah, I mean, he even has the follow-up as well. I mean, he's got the Dianas and the Nocturnes as well. This is not looking good for the well, I kind of want to call it the villain right now of LoR, the Ari Kennen deck.
Not only do you have Diana and Nocturne, but that Memories there represents essentially 4 more damage, because again, you're going to be able to copy one of those 1-drops, very cost effective. Yes, it's got ephemeral, but it doesn't matter, right? You're spending 1 mana to deal 4 damage, and if your opponent is also doing that on the same turn that they've played a Nocturne or they've played a Diana, then again, Kever is going to have to make that decision of how they use their defensive tools, right? They've got the Palm, they've got the Homecoming, but if your opponent is playing, you know, a 1 mana deal 4 along with this Diana potentially as well. Now, with the recent changes, Diana here, you can lead off with her. Before she, again, required some sort of activation, but now because she also triggers when you play Nightfall as well, she now kind of serves a dual purpose in this deck.
Yeah, Diana, really a quality of life change, but also just straight up buff, right? I mean, it's not the biggest buff in terms of flashiness, but it you know, if you're a Nightfall player, even just someone that plays Diana in general, just such a huge quality of life change to be able to, you know, not have these sort of lame duck turns with the Diana not being able to, you know, actually challenge something until she levels up. It's just so much better now, but it's, you know, we're going to be going into a scenario where Monte, like you said, has that access to a 1 mana decimate, really, which is kind of crazy. Can be interacted with from Kever, but it's not super great. And the other really big thing about Diana is that, you know, playing this Diana early allows you to have the second Diana be a Pale Cascade, which is also a great card.
Yeah, and as you're looking at this particular turn here, you get the best of every world. So the Fading Memories starts as the leadoff card, so you automatically get the buff on this 1-drop. But again, because it only costs 1, you're going to have mana back for a Nocturne so that you can kind of control where the blockers go, threaten even more fearsome damage. Then on top of that, you're going to have mana back for the Pale Cascade, like you were referencing. So a lot is available to Monte here. They can certainly push a lot of potential damage, and that's what they are going to be looking to do. And it looks like we might see the preemptive Palm, and I'm a big fan of this because it gives you something with 3 attack, and that is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, we're seeing the Palm on the Stygian, which is certainly fine. You don't want that getting any value, but now Nocturne comes out, Diana already leveled. Nocturne, I believe, will be leveling on this attack, assuming that he's going to be still in play. Not necessarily the case with that Homecoming, but I guess we could Homecoming. We could Homecoming the Tail of the Dragon, targeting the Nocturne, or maybe Ari. I mean, it's not looking great one way or the other for Kever here. Just, this is what we were talking about in the pre-show. just being able to keep the pressure on the Ari Kennen deck, it forces out the inefficient use of mana. And if Ari Kennen's not on the attack, they're just very, very bad at blocking. And with Nocturne out, they just can't even block at all.
Yeah, so here I think that you either have to take the Homecoming now, or the other potential outcome would have been a Palm on somebody like Diana, just because that would have then forced Nocturne to take that value trade. So you would have kind of, in effect, you block 5 damage if you do it that other way. Because here, like, let's be honest, you don't want to block this Diana if you can help it.
Right.
So I don't know. I feel like the Palm on the Diana would have been maybe a little bit more effective, because, like I said, it would have also essentially have blocked the damage from the Nocturne, because you would have had a 3 attack unit. And then even if they decide to challenge the unit that you gave vulnerable here with the Nocturne to take that value trade, well, then it's still blocked. So would have, I think, saved a little bit more health, but this gets them out of a jam as well.
I think the scariest thing is just being worried that, because if Nocturne is alive, then everything on board on this attack is getting, I think, actually, maybe, no, because we attacked with 2 before, there's 2 more in the third. So yeah, even if Diana wasn't attacking, if Nocturne was attacking, the whole board is all of a sudden going to have Fearsome, and that makes Kever's life that much harder. I mean, it's already pretty hard, but it would be even harder on that turn to prevent any damage there. You know, you would potentially still have that 1 block, but it may have actually even been game. I don't know. I'm too stupid to do that math without seeing the board as it would have been. But I think Kever's going to try to put something together here. I mean, you got to try, right?
Yeah, I think you have to try. Kind of going back, the only other reason that I was, you know, a slight fan of the other path was just that I think you would have ended up with more resources at your disposal for a crackback. Because, like, this is the turn where you want to come back with your own offense, but you lost both your Ari and your Kennen in order to stay alive. And yes, you've got these droplets and these elusive creatures, but, like, let's be honest. They're pinging you for 1. Yeah, you're going to be using this recall here to dig to see if you can find yourself any sort of answer. And that there is the problem, right? If you still had an Ari, for example, then, you know, maybe you could have got some triggers and got some additional chip damage in, but it's not looking great now. Everything has Fearsome, like you'd mentioned. Now they also have an elusive unit over there as well, so they can attempt to block a bit more effectively, but this is looking like it's going to go Monte's way. Very effective using that Fearsome game plan that we had kind of talked about, and that's a great way to punish Ari Kennen right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They do not block they don't block well in general. They definitely don't block Fearsome a lot of times at all. So we're Kever just showing the fact that we have the game clock on here. But we're gonna, you know, I was gonna say just pull a droplet for good measure. No, that's going to be unblockable damage. -9. Monte Cristo taking that game number 1 charmer, and maybe Monte has cracked the code. You bring Ari Kennen, I'm going to punish you with these overwhelming aggressive decks.
Yeah, I think that's certainly what's on their mind. Now, we had talked a bit about how, yes, with the Fearsome units, you can potentially punish Ari Kennen. But the other deck that we highlighted was Scouts, and that is Monte's other deck. And so we're going to see if Kever can withstand this targeted lineup, or if, as we had said before, it's, you know, favored, but still not overwhelmingly so. Maybe Kever sneaks a win in here as well, and then we go to a game 3. We love game 3s. We want to see that anyway. But this will be interesting to see how it plays out for sure.
Well, the interesting thing about if you're targeting a single deck, and of course in this Giant Slayer format, you know, you have to win with both of your decks. There's no bans around. But if you're targeting a single deck and your opponent sneaks a win in with that other deck, all of a sudden your game plan's out the window, and maybe your decks aren't tuned to beat you know, Kever's second deck, which in this case is the TF Nami, like turbo Twisted Fate level deck. And it's possible that Monte is actually just banking on 2-0ing Ari Kennen. But if that doesn't happen, it could, you know, the house of cards may start to crumble, but we're going to have to wait and see here. Kever does line up that Ari Kennen again versus the Scouts.
So you could see the dig there trying to find, oh, an elite. Thought maybe we were going to catch it, but it's not. It's not Cytherea. It's the other 6 cost. Yep. So instead, we're going to see the bird come down to start. And that is going to be punished by this early go hard. So if they had went with the square, no, they would not have received the trigger, but they would have had a 2/2 body instead. But Kever says, you know, at this point, I think it's worth it to maybe mess up my Wayfinder trigger. Because, you know, I saw what happened last game, right? I'm not going to get overrun again. And that's very likely. As we're looking at this hand, this is actually a fantastic hand on the side of Monte, because you're going to have your Misfortune on 3. You've already got 2 blinding assaults plus the Genevieve for when that eventually comes around as well. This is looking kind of spooky, and so we're going to see Misfortune get slammed here. Again, no real direct answer at the moment. Ari Kennen can struggle to get that off the board. Yes, you've got things like Homecoming, for example, if you want to reset her level up, but ultimately she's just a backline aura. She's just saying, hey, all of my attacks are that much more effective.
Absolutely. And I you know, I was thinking this, I was mulling this over in my head as this turn was progressing, and I personally was a fan of just playing the Blinding Assault last turn for Monte for the sole reason of playing around Nopify. If Kever has a Nopify here, your Blinding Assault gets countered. You could have sort of snuck it under that last turn when Kever tapped out for the Ari. In this case, though, the way that Monte played it out actually set him up to get a free attack with the Valor onto the Droplet. Now, of course, it didn't end up working out, but, you know, if Kever didn't have the Conspirator here, it's looking very, very bad for Kever here, because the Valor would survive the attack, get a free kill onto the Droplet, which turns off Kever's, you know, draw potential, and then, you know, can attack with impunity, also still kill the Ari and attack with the Misfortune.
Yeah, Monte decided that they didn't want to risk losing their bird. And I think that's the right call there. So some players might have said, okay, you know, I'm going to attack with the bird, and there's no way that my opponent's going to block, and so then I'll get to attack again. But he knows Kever is smart, right? There's no way that Kever is going to say, okay, I'm going to let you take my Ari on the second attack. So they just go ahead, get it out of the way. Great call by Monte. Yes, some damage lands on Misfortune, but you're probably okay with that as well. You do have to worry about go hard. We did see the one played, so obviously more are shuffled in. But I think that's fine. I think that's the trade-off you want. You still want to be aggressive. You want to push the damage, and Monte knows.
And you know that there's no go hard in hand right now, right? And you know, because if there was, I have to imagine Kever is leading with go hard. Maybe not. So I guess there's the one chance for them to have drawn another go hard, but here we know for a fact that there's not a go hard on top because the Wayfinder did hit. So Monte, I think, can have a pretty solid read that there are no go hards right now. There is still a scout, and, you know, as it stands right now, unless Kever wants to fire off this Homecoming now, which it looks like he is, an MF was going to level.
Yeah, and with the Homecoming dropping down, you're also going to save yourself some additional damage on the side of Kever, because the Islander is blocked, and so Misfortune can be replayed before the second attack. We can see from the hand, you could also play it with one of the Wardens, for example.
Yep.
And I think that's probably what you want to do. You still want to keep that counter up and running on Misfortune.
Yeah, it's also just, you know, another free damage. It makes it so if Kever replays the Droplet, it basically all it does is ghost block. It's not getting any damage on anything. Not that the 1 damage is super relevant, but at this point, Kever is going to be taking whatever advantages he can because he really needs them.
As we look at Kever's hand, we can see a lot of tools available. We've got Notify and Deny. We've got the board-wide buff / draw 2 cards, the top end of the deck there as well. We've got the Godwillow, and we have another Ari. So I think Kever knows that if they can just stall and catch a few breaks, and so far they have, like, let's be honest, the 1-drops that have been produced randomly on the side of Monte have whiffed both times. You got an ephemeral when you didn't have the attack token. Here you get the 0/1 as well. So I think Kever knows if they can just kind of hold out, catch a few breaks, they should have enough firepower to crack back, which was what they were lacking the game before against Nightfall.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of good reaction from Kever, but, you know, this is still quite a lot of pressure from Monte. And as we see, Kever has no banked mana. That's really been the crux, you know, week over week of taking down Ari Kennen potentially, is just choking them on mana. Yes, you have this Deny. Yes, you have this Notify, but you're never really given any breathing room to save mana for it. I mean, another Deny is absolutely awful for Kever here. Gonna have to play this Godwillow. Does it hit? It does.
This is a much needed hit because, as you were kind of alluding, you're hurting for mana, and so you kind of need to fill your board in the most cost-effective way possible. So this, again, also kind of fits that stalling game plan as well, because not only do you get the units this round, but you start that countdown, right? And so in a, you know, short 3 rounds, I say short, but, like, let's be honest, the game might be over by then. But in a short 3 rounds, you'll get another unit back, maybe get even more triggers by that point as well. Again, right now, the game plan, the name of the game is 100% just stall on the side of Kever until you can get this Ari leveled up, get enough elusives, and then try to go for the jugular.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, in chat, Push P, of course, seasonal champ, brings up a good point that I didn't think of. Is technically, even if you do hit with the Wayfinder, you could still draw a Go Hard if you know, one of the 1-drops was the top card of your deck, and the second card down was Go Hard. So I guess you can't make that 100% read, like I called out. So good catch there. I don't know what the odds are on that, but it is still technically possible. So
I just want to put the call out there that you were reading Twitch chat while casting. Who does that?
Oh, I do all the time. Twitch chat knows this. Chat, type a 1 in chat if you know that I read the Twitch chat, because I always do. I read it all the time. There we go. We've got a lot of 1s in chat. They know. They know they're a part of the show.
Is this why you started going to the gym recently? Because you needed it for your mental health? Are you overdosing on Twitch chat?
Health. My mental health is fine. In fact, it's probably too good.
Yeah, I don't know if I buy that.
What's the opposite of body dysmorphia, where I look at my body and I know objectively it's not great, but in my mind, I see it as something better than it is?
I believe that's called narcissism.
Oh, okay. Yes, I have that.
All right. So Genevieve coming down. And very well timed. Still 4 mana back on the side of Monte. So we could see, you know, a scout attack, a regular attack, and then, you know, potentially some sort of rally. Again, we know Kever's sitting on multiple ways to counter it, but you have to have the mana available. And so you have to survive these, you know, first few attacks here. And with the challenger effect coming from Genevieve, that's going to be all that much more difficult as well. So
yeah, this is super. I mean, we've been saying it essentially almost since turn 1, or at least turn 3 when the MF came down. It's so awkward for Kever. Yes, he has the deny for the rally, right? That's you know, theoretically that's good, right? But what is, even if Kever can line that up, it's 4 mana for 4 mana. The mana usage for scouts, like if you can just trade 1 for 1 on mana, scouts will take that trade all day because they're just so much more mana efficient. And the problem is that if the countering the Golden Aegis here is not really stopping it's stopping scouts from just killing you. It's not really like you're not blowing them out from them not getting a third attack. It's like, oh, I get to survive an extra turn.
I mean, you say that, but if you can survive with enough elusive units, and then you have a leveled up Ari, and you've also got this discipline. I know I'm throwing a lot of ands out there, but I'm just saying,
it's definitely
like,
possible. I don't know what the Ari is at right now, but you definitely can on Kever's side do a ton of damage, and that's great. It's very hard to line that up in the appropriate amount of time. And actually, no, maybe I'm speaking too soon. Ari at 5 of 6.
Yeah, Ari's at 5 of 6, which means on her attack. So she doesn't even need to level up. She'll just trigger it on the attack. So here, if you can survive this attack, deny the rally, use your 2 mana left over to play those other 1-drop elusives, then you could go into your next round and potentially set this up. So
yeah, very true.
This is a pivotal moment here. And I actually think that Kever is going to pull it out just kind of based on the hand of Monte. We know that it's got to be this this coming. So we can see the RE come down. This is also a safe development if you know you're sitting on deny mana, because again, if they try to rally here, you're not worried about the challenge because you're going to shut it down. But looks like we're just going to see a pass, and I think you have to take this if you are on the side of Kever.
Right. But if Kever doesn't, the game's over. He's hovering it. Okay. Whew. Those ones are tough, and it's another reason why I love card games and I love Runeterra is that we can see with caster vision. Like,
wait a minute though. So a second Aegis just got picked up, and so we know there's a deny for each rally effect. But this also, as we were saying, messes with the mana economy on the side of Kever, because you're going to have to hit the denies here.
Yep.
And this is a really interesting recall if you're kind of doing this preemptively, because now, and this is what I was talking about with the mana, if you have to take this second deny, won't have enough mana left over to play the discipline.
Right. Yeah, this is...
Whereas if you just leave the droplet, you take the deny, then you could have taken your attack, and short of a sharp sight, you would have had lethal.
Right. Now we're going to see the next, which is going to get denied. Yeah, no, obviously it's going to get denied. I'm like, can you just attack? No. Wait, actually, can you? It's 15. Yes, because the RE can't be blocked now. You can just let this resolve and just take the attack. No, it'll be 18 actually. Yes. Twin discipline.
Yeah, so you've got lethal. I was just trying to figure out whether or not, again, you're worried about the sharp sight there, because they are running it, right? There are 3 in the list of the side of Monte, but this is going to be it. You're just going to let it go, and Kever pulls it out. Cracks back with the Ari Kennen lineup, and so now we're gonna see that beautiful game 3 that we were hoping for. Taking a quick look at the decks that were brought, because so far we've only seen the one from Kever. Kever's other list is the Twisted Fate Nami deck, which is also going to be a lot of fun, and I think that this is something we didn't talk about ahead of time, but I think that this is something that scouts might struggle with a bit more.
Yeah.
Because once a successful Nami starts buffing your board, I think that you've got a bit of a harder time controlling it with the challenge. The misfortune trigger is not necessarily as effective, and so it's going to be draw dependent. That is always a bit of a factor in card games, but I don't think that you want this matchup as much as you wanted to win the Ari Kennen one.
No, you're 100% right there. And this is what we were talking about before, where Monte, I think in my mind, if we asked him right now, he would have said, yeah, I brought this lineup to try to 2-0 Ari Kennen a bunch of times and win Fight Night like that. When you don't get that win on the deck you targeted, or against the deck you targeted, all of a sudden you're sort of flying dark. And this deck, and we can see it here, Kever really favoring the Twisted Fate. I mean, this is very much a turbo Twisted Fate deck, trying to turbo level Twisted Fate, or at least get the Twisted Fate out there and start putting that effective pressure on with the threat of the Twisted Fate level up, which Monte doesn't have. I mean, obviously he has challengers, but there are no single combats, no concerted strikes, nothing like that to directly interact with a backline champion like Twisted Fate outside of the Fleet Feather Tracker and the Genevieves.
Yeah, taking a look at the deck list, you've got Tracker, you've got Genevieve, and then obviously you've got Valor made from both Quinn and Blinding Assault. So an okay amount of challenge, but the big issue is that unlike the Ari Kennen list, this list also has a lot more interactive elements on the side of Kever, right? So we see the Get Excited, which is a great answer potentially for Misfortune. Now we see not one, but two Mystic Shots in hand, so they can also potentially deal with some of these smaller bodied challenger units. And then obviously Twisted Fate as well, whether it's red card or gold card, can get into the mix. So Kever not necessarily as vulnerable with this list as they were with the Ari Kennen, and Daring Poro potentially coming down here. Just a little bit of bait for the challenge. Or not. Interesting. That's fair. I guess if you don't want to invest into any of your buffs, then you just try to take the potential free 2 damage.
Yeah, I like this attack from Monte. Fleet Feather Tracker is definitely something that you want to... Yeah, we talked about it. You want it to be able to pull a Twisted Fate, potentially. This still might not even get the Ranger's Resolve here, because this is just a very low value unit. Yes, it's 2 damage, but it's really not doing a lot. Maybe a value Sharp Sight to push 4, but if I'm Monte, there's a pretty good chance that he goes, this unit means nothing to me right now. I just hit okay and let it die. That, gives Kever, you can't say for sure, obviously, but it gives Kever a read. Maybe they don't have a Sharp Sight. Maybe they don't have a Ranger's Resolve. I think if you're playing on ladder versus a random person, you might say, oh, well, they don't have Ranger's Resolve here. But, a strong player like Monte, I think, is able to, appropriately evaluate the resources he has and says, hey, this Ranger's Resolve is actually better than this 2-drop or this 1-drop here.
Yeah, the Ranger's Resolve is very important for cards like Twisted Fate, for example. The only real consideration that I think Monte was giving there was that at the time, they only had the Valor essentially in their hand for additional units. And so depending on what their draw was, you could see maybe a scenario where they start to stall out in terms of units played and pressure. So it might have been worth it to consider a Sharp Sight, but they go ahead, they top deck a Warden. They finally get the swing in luck going in the other direction. They save that Ranger's Resolve for the red card exactly like we were just talking about. And so patience from Monte pays off. Very well executed here. This is a solid turn.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, not to give too much credit to scouts, but you can imagine there were different lines that Monte could have taken in these first couple of turns, and Monte is in a very, very good position right now, whereas if he would have maybe gotten a little trigger happy with the Ranger's Resolve or the Sharp Sight, or maybe traded off the Fleet Feather Tracker earlier, all of a sudden Monte could be in a position where he has just a 2-3 in play and an unchecked Twisted Fate on the side of Kever, and this game could be completely different. Whereas now, Kever's going to be forced to burn more resources just to try to protect the Twisted Fate potentially, and it's going to give Monte more options to get value out of the Sharp Sight.
Now, this stress testing is potentially a fantastic pickup here because you're likely going to have to survive at least 2 challenge attempts. You're going to have the scout attempt followed by the tracker. We can see the mystic shot, but then you have that get excited. Maybe you wanted to save that get excited for something like a misfortune, for example, but if you're trying to protect this twisted fate, drawing the stress testing makes that a bit more palatable because you're also going to get additional progress on your twisted fate. But instead we just see passes.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Now we have to ask, all right, well, do we want to develop this Nami? Ballistic Bot going to come down. I like this play. Ballistic Bot with the 3 health is actually really well positioned here. Also starts to generate those free cards that you can pitch to the Get Excited if you want to save the stress testing. Just more resources to work with. It's also a nice spell generator for Nami. So I like this play. Get it on the board. Try to get some chip damage in.
Yeah, I agree. I'm actively looking at chat to see what they think about the pass, and a lot of people were feeling the same way that we were, Charmer, with the exception of Drizoth, of course, a top player in his own right, one of my favorite players in the Americas, in the world for that matter, and says he likes the pass. So I don't know how to feel right now.
I mean, I'll be honest. I don't hate the pass just because while the other game plan, right, where you take multiple shots at the Twisted Fate, we kind of know what the end result was going to be. If we're being honest, on the side of Monte, you weren't getting a whole lot done, right? Your board right now doesn't feel great. You've drawn none of your champions. You don't have a Genevieve. And so, yes, you could have thrown multiple attacks, but then if they had interactive elements, then you're slowly losing your board. And then if you do top deck that Genevieve, you get a lot less value for your 6 drop. So I don't hate the pass by any stretch. It's just also that kind of like line that you have to ride because you want to be patient and you want to get the value when you can, but you also don't want to leave Twisted Fate any longer than you have to, right? So Twisted Fate kind of forces this clock on you, and you're not happy with either outcome. But again, I can totally see a very strong argument for keep my board wide, hope that I top deck that Genevieve. I'm sitting on a couple of rallies as well. You know, we'll get the job done that way. Now, it hasn't happened yet, but it makes sense.
The other thought here, and we see Monte had multiple chances to kill Twisted Fate. The Twisted Fate, if not leveled, is actually better in play than it is dead for Monte, because another Twisted Fate drawn gives you another red card or gold card or whatever card you need, right? In play, if it's not actually leveled, the Twisted Fate doesn't do anything, which I think Monte is fine with. But like you said, it does present that clock, and you need to make sure that you don't get too greedy with it, because this deck does have a decent amount of draw potential. I mean, it's got time tricks. It's got 3
copies of Rummage and 3 copies of stress testing. So
and stress testing too. Yep.
It is unfortunately that, like I said, kind of that inevitable clock. Yes, that Twisted Fate wasn't, close to leveling, but also, for the low cost of like 4 mana with the right Rummage draws, you could draw, 5 cards very easily and then just, oops, I win. So instead, we just see a bloodbath. Like, let's not take away from what just happened, right? We saw Monte finally commit to making the trades. They did answer the Twisted Fate, but Kever got to draw some extra cards. That's what this deck does. Finds another Twisted Fate here. Has also a Get Excited with the stress testing as well to keep things going there. On the side of Monte, did get a little bit more ammo with the Quinn, so we saw a bloodbath, and now kind of functionally a reset for both players, but I think the edge, at least right now, is probably going to Kever because of that Nami.
Oh, yeah. Well, we have a Nami in play. We redrew the Twisted Fate. Nami now leveled up. We've got 2 Get Exciteds. The other fleeting card we drew is stress testing. Iterative improvement, not great here, but it certainly could become good.
Yeah, iterative is interesting because on the one hand, right, you don't really have anything you can target on your side quite yet. But on the other hand, if Monte plays like a Genevieve or something, then your iterative could give you a beefy challenger as well and kind of turn the tide, because it is, you know, pick any follower. It's one of my favorite things to do is use my enemies' followers against them. You know, hey, that's great. That looks cool. I want one, but bigger.
Yeah. Well, now this rummage could throw away both of these cards. It's gonna, you know, progress Twisted Fate. It's going to pump up Twisted Fate.
Yeah, I was gonna say I really like that because it gives the pump to Twisted Fate. Also, it gives you credit towards leveling Twisted Fate. And with Monte, they only had one card in hand, right? So you weren't really worried about being overly punished there. I really liked that play. It's aggressive, but it makes sense given the context of the board.
Right. I was just about to ask why Kever didn't attack there, and the answer was he didn't have the attack token.
Yeah,
so
yeah. Turns out.
Good thing I didn't bring that up on camera. That would, I'm like, man, I love this attack here. You've got the Poro Cannon. If their last card is Sharp Sight, you just completely blow them out, and the game's probably. Oh wait, don't have attack token. Got it. I figured it out, chat. Don't worry.
Yeah, this game has kind of given me, you know, nostalgia. It's a bit of a throwback to back when Twisted Fate was, you know, paired with Bilgewater. At the time it was with Fizz, but it was a very dominant deck. And
well, Twisted Fate is always paired with Bilgewater because he is Bilgewater, but paired with P&Z, I think.
Yeah. You know what I mean. Listen.
Yeah, no, 100%.
I said nostalgic, not smart, okay?
Well, you know, we're getting up there in age, Charmer, so our memories aren't quite what they used to be.
It's just very weird to me because Twisted Fate feels very much like a Piltover and Zon card to me.
Yeah.
It just it pings and it draws and it does all the things that I traditionally associate with Piltover and Zon. And the number of times I've played him not with that region combo is so small. I'd have to go all the way back to like a Felios heyday. So in my mind, he is a P&Z card.
Go hard. No, I feel the same way a lot of times. I've definitely made that same mistake before where I'm like building a deck and I'm like, wait, why can't I fit Make It Rain and Get Excited and Go Hard in this deck? Oh, wait. Twisted Fate doesn't just get to take all these Bilgewater cards with him. Well, he does, but you don't get to play two other regions, unfortunately. But as we're saying this, Twisted Fate has gotten giant. We have a 3-2 Poro, Daring Poro here. Monte now has cashed in the rally, and Quinn is going to start attacking. Is this the first attack that Quinn has seen?
I believe so. It's been a bit of a stalemate up until this point, and so I think that is why Monte is taking this Hail Mary. They're saying, let's get some progress on the Quinn, maybe get some chip damage. We know that none of these blocks are, you know, particularly great for Kever. Obviously, Twisted Fate not in danger of dying anytime soon, but you know, you don't want to take, you know, some of these other blocks, but here we're going to stay even. Kever's just trusting in the champions, and oh wow,
oh yeah, and Twisted Fate's leveled up. That's right.
Yeah, so Twisted Fate levels up, and we get double Burblefish along with the stress testing as well.
Yeah, this is a nightmare scenario for Monte, and I think it's got to just be it. I mean, we're gonna if the Valor comes out. Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, so the iterative means that you can just further copy your burbles.
Yep.
And you can also save it.
And all the while, Nami is buffing the board.
Yep. This is not looking great here. So Quinn is going to get stunned. Like, let's be honest, we're going to see another card played, so that's going to eat the gold card. Valor, though, should still land 2 attacks potentially. No, just kidding.
I don't.
It's just going to be the one.
No way.
I was trying to think about something positive to say. I was thinking, you know, maybe they'll just attack with Valor, not challenge anything, and hope that Kever doesn't notice. Like sometimes people are,
True.
they're multitasking, right? Like we can see Kever here. He's dressed with that business attire, so maybe he's like trading stocks on the other screen, and he's not going to notice.
That's true. It very possibly. If he's trading stocks, he might be in a bad mood right now because everything's on the down low, except for Kever's win percentage right now, as he ends up taking that game number 3 with that TF Nami deck.
Yeah. So interesting thing in that series, Ari Kennan lost, and still doesn't matter, right? Kever takes it away from Monte. I liked Monte's lineup. Ultimately, I think it really did come down to that game 2 where you're trying to target that Ari Kennan deck, and unfortunately, you just kind of couldn't get the job done there. So, great series overall. Congratulations to Kever. They are moving on. As we take a look at the bracket here with the updates, Darkodius also went to a game 3, but won on that other side. So we're getting one step closer to that rivalry once again renewed. Darkodius is going to be taking on Dudu Denunu, and Kever on the other end of things is going to be taking on Slay.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the lineup or the rivalry certainly they're still on the same path to get there in the winners finals, but they of course both need to win again. Otherwise, they'll be playing down in the losers bracket potentially. Or maybe they won't meet at all. It's all possible here, Giant Slayer Fight Night Legends. But Darkodius was all business last week. Threw us a little curveball. If you look at his Twitter, he's actually on vacation mode this week. I think Charmer, you said he might be smuggling some dinosaur embryos out.
Yeah, I said he looks like Dotson from Jurassic Park. He's got the hat, the glasses. It's Darkodius. Darkodius here. So nobody cares.
Nobody cares except for us. We care here.
We're getting pretty close to the point where people aren't going to understand references to the original Jurassic Park. It came out in '93, Blevins. I bet some of these players weren't even born when that absolute cinematic classic was released.
I think a lot of people, chat, type a 1 in chat if you were alive in 1993, and we'll take a look at the results when we come back from a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some more Giant Slayer Fight Night Legends. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, brought to you by Wisdom. I am, of course, Blevins, joined by the Gigantor to my Grape Ape, Charmer. I don't know, I'm just making like really old cartoon references that certainly no one gets.
Oh, man.
But we're back. We just concluded round number 1. We watched Kever take down Monte 2-1. We're going to now jump to the other side of the bracket. We're going to be watching the Darkodius versus Doo-Doo-Nunu match, Charmer.
Yeah, this is really interesting to me because we don't have a Nunu in Legends of Runeterra quite yet. So instead, Doo-Doo-Nunu is bringing the next best thing, which is Pantheon and Taric. Why is that the next best thing? Because like Nunu, it snowballs. If you can successfully pull off the Taric rally combo, you're just going to be rolling downhill all over your opponent. And so I'm personally looking really forward to seeing how this plays out. The other list they brought, again, Ari Kennen. However, they decided to go with the strictly Ionia version. They don't want to taint the region with any inferior cards. They only want to play the best of the best.
Yeah, it's the Mono Ionia is a version that we've seen pop up. I don't know if it was actually Team Hydra, which Doo-Doo-Nunu is part of, or if it was one of the other groups in Brazil that came up with this splash, or I mean, I'm not even sure if it came from Brazil. I originally saw it from a lot of top Brazilian players playing the Mono Ionia, just pure consistency. You're never going to miss that Kinku Wayfinder. But here we are, the other deck, that Taric Pantheon. This is a deck that you know, the Pantheon builds have actually been pretty dynamic. There's a mono Pantheon build. There was the Pantheon Shyvana sort of dragons build that popped up for a while, and now we're here, the Taric version, a bit refined from the the first days of Pantheon being out. But like you said, that Taric plus Golden Aegis, that is a combo that I mean, I saw a little bit of fringe play. Just Taric plus Demacia for a while. I mean, it's very strong. You're able to attack your attack token, you're rallying, then when you attack again, you rally again. So you're attacking for 3 times, and you're generating multiple targets. It's very, very powerful.
Absolutely. So you get to attack 3 times, and then if you, heaven help you, have like a leveled up Pantheon, then you just win the game. Like, it doesn't matter what keywords you have at that point. And if your Pantheon high rolls and you get something like Life Steal, for example, then you're going to heal all the way up. If you get Scout, then you get 4 attacks. There's an absurd number of things you can do there. The real issue, however, is that you kind of have to make it to that point. You have to, one, have a board that's worth attacking 3 or 4 times with. So you kind of have to develop things before the Taric. And then also you have to have a decent enough health pool. But specifically in this matchup, the thing that I think we're going to be looking at the most is whether or not you can defend yourself from the Homecoming, defend yourself from the Concussive Palm, because those are going to be things that can shut that combo down.
Yep, looks like we're having a little bit of stream difficulty, so we'll be jumping back into the match as soon as we can. But in this matchup specifically, I think, like, unlike the other decks that we saw Monte bring, which are very aggressive and are putting a lot of early and consistent pressure on the Ari Kennen, the Taric Pantheon is going a different direction. It's sort of, like you said, building up. It's snowballing to a point where it can overwhelm the decks. But Ari Kennen has a little bit of a better, does a little bit of a better job at dealing with that, because you're not forced to use these early stun spells or these early homecomings to survive. You get to, wait when your opponent has the snowball. It's like, okay, that snowball goes back up to your hand and it resets. It gives them too much time.
Well, it really comes down to, in my opinion, whether or not you can get Zenith Blade on like a White Flame.
Right.
Because the one thing that this deck does do well with Zenith Blade is it threatens a lot of damage that the recall chump blocks do not handle very well. So if you get to a point where you've got a White Flame that's got, 6 attack power, but it also has Overwhelm, and suddenly your opponent can't block it with a droplet, do the recall effect, and prevent all of that damage, then it's a bit of a different situation, right? So at that point, you would have to use something like a Palm or a Homecoming to slow it down. And as we're jumping into the game here, we can see they've got the Taric, they've got the White Flame, we see the Zenith in hand and the Rally. So right now, it's really just whether or not Dudu can pull off the combo at this point. So mana very much going to be an issue for Dark Odious because they're going to have to kind of fake having the counter spells. Otherwise, Dudu has the go-ahead to just kind of overrun Dark Odious here. So we're going to have to see how this goes. So far, relatively high health totals, so it doesn't look like we missed too much.
Yeah, this is interesting. Because Dudu, unlike the Scouts deck we saw, does have the interaction here. It has the single combats. Of course, that is going to get nopified here, but has that interaction that Dark Odious has to be worried about. And now, yes, the single the nopify came out, but like you said, Charmer, the shields are down now. There's not 4 mana for a deny on a rally, and we might be attacking multiple times this turn.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation to be in because you can take the attacks and you chew through the board, but you can also go for the Zenith because really you don't want to take that combo until you have the Overwhelm set up. Right. So I like this read. You saw one Nopify go, and you're kind of saying, okay, you know, unless they have a second Nopify, and if I remember right from the list, I'm not even sure that they were running a... Oh, no, I'm wrong. Dark Odious was the one who brought 3. So that actually was... that was an interesting read there. But either way, you're saying, okay, I want to set this up because I want to be in a position where I can pull it off. Now, that's a huge top deck on the side of Dark Odious because the Homecoming is exactly the kind of shutdown you want.
Yeah, this is... It is absolutely going to be that sort of shutdown. The issue is... the Homecoming kind of has to target the White Flame, which is... it's not great, right? Because you're not able to Phantom block. The Taric is very close to leveling, if not leveling right now. Another rally drawn. Be drawn a couple of cards here.
The card Taric draw and the leveling of Taric are both pretty big deals here. The card draw, I think, even more so, just because you want to be in a position to have a lot of tools available to kind of slow down the RE Cannon player. Because the reality is you're already down to 10, and they've got a healthy amount of elusive over there. And even if they don't flip RE, for example, you know that this is a list that runs Twin Discipline. Obviously, we can see 2 copies of that already. And so you need to be in a position to not just get bursted down. And we're going to see some cards drawn on the other side of things here as well with Dark Odious, and then goes right into a 2/2 should they want to play it, but opting not to, just going to bank that spell mana and move on.
Yeah, again, Dark Odious has to be very, very careful about not going below 4 mana, or at least certain mana thresholds, because it's going to give a... like now, with the Overwhelm set up, with the Taric leveled up, a rally at a key time is just going to end the game. So Dark Odious needs to be very, very careful about that, because if he's forced to go below that 4 mana at any point, it's going to be lights out.
Yeah, the interesting bit here is that if you're on the side of Dudu, you might just want to slap down the rally now anyway.
Yeah.
Because you've got a backup one, but also if they try to go with this Homecoming, because that RE just came down, that would open up Concerted Strike as like an answer back. Because the last thing you want is that RE to pop off this turn. And so by threatening this, you're saying, okay, you know, show me something. Now, Dark Odious here, he's smart, knows I don't have to actually stop the rally, right? I can let that go and then still save my Homecoming. But we're going to see at least one attack here. The White Flame can be stunned because of the cannon play. The Taric could also be bounced if necessary. So really no real threat to Dark Odious because of the amount of stuns and recalls available.
Yeah, this is actually amazing for Darkodius, right? I mean, you could theoretically just take this 4, if you really wanted to. I suppose there's not much reason not to block with the Ephemeral Cannon. We're stunning, we're blocking. We do want... Ooh, Bastion is rough. Oh, love this! A little used feature of Homecoming. You can bounce your own landmark. So single combat and concerted strike no longer. Well, concerted strike wasn't on the table anyway, but single combat no longer on the table.
Yeah. So this is essentially it, because even though there is the sharp sight available to block an elusive unit with your Taric, because of the RE interaction and the additional unit there, right? Because you can play that cannon, Darkodius should be able to lock this in and swing for the victory, because it should still be...
It's only going to be 9, because you can block the cannon. Oh, Kennon's leveling up, so we're gonna pre-stun. Okay. Wait, we can't pre-stun. It doesn't. You're not getting the trigger yet.
Right, but with the droplet coming down.
Oh, with the droplet coming down. Okay, I was missing a mana somewhere.
Yeah. Now, it looks like we are running into a bit of a slowdown at a crucial time, because at this point here, by going back on offense, Dudu is buying themselves a little bit of time. It looked like that was what was about to happen. Then we were going to get the attack. That's necessary, because if it goes unblocked, then obviously Sharp Sight just takes the victory there. So you have to throw something in front of it. But in doing so, that means you won't be able to go all the way wide with the RE play.
I wonder... Huh. This is interesting. Don't we just block with... Oh, because it's sharp... I'm assuming that there's a sharp sight on...
The sharp sight's on the Taric, yeah.
Sharp sight is on the Taric. Okay, so this is still good.
And so we're going to see the stun come down, but because there's no overwhelm, again, it should still just be 9, but... Right now, it's not looking great for Dudu. I suppose if you can find yourself a Pantheon and high roll into Lifesteal, that could go a long way.
Yeah, I don't remember what interaction Darkodius has here. Oh, there's at least one. There's a seedling in hand that was bounced. There's Pantheon though. Not leveled yet. But
not leveled, but you've definitely got the ways to level it.
Mm-hmm.
You just you give up the open attack, right? And so I think we're going to see the attack because you have both Pantheon and the rally still available.
Right.
But might see Pantheon come down. Kind of an interesting dilemma, right? Because if you play Pantheon, then before you attack, you're kind of almost committing something not the rally this turn.
Yeah. Well, and also it is public information that seedling is in hand, so we can see the same play we saw before on Kennen, and now Dragon is stunned. So really, we don't even have an extra... We don't even actually have an extra attacking unit. It's still the same. I guess that's maybe fine because you can high roll. You can still roll elusive on Pantheon, which... Wait, this doesn't...
Yeah, I'm not sure that the elusive matter. Yeah, this is very weird.
Yeah, elusive wouldn't matter. Maybe fearsome still doesn't really matter.
I mean, what you really want is something like lifesteal so that you can try to recuperate. I figured if Pantheon was coming down, we were probably going to see a spell played before the attack, because depending on the keywords you roll, if you end up with lifesteal and like Scout, for example, then you could have completely reset your health. So instead playing the Pantheon, but then opting into this attack is curious. And the only thing I can come up with is maybe they are doing this to kind of fake that they don't have another rally and maybe catch them off guard. But you're still going to likely be without your White Flame by taking this path, right? So this is maybe a big brain, like 400 IQ bait, or it might have just been a weird sequence. I don't know.
There is some amount of bait here, because we see the Cannon spell. Oh, and Dudu potentially. Okay, gonna at least see what happens. I mean, Dudu is dead on board to the Cannon spell without the needed to draw a single combat. Tapped below the Concerted Strike mana that would have been necessary for the Cannon to counter the Cannon spell. So maybe an oversight, or perhaps, like you said, a high level bait of like, hey, I'm representing single combat. Of course, he then conceded when he didn't draw single combat, so it would have gotten to a point where Darkodius was forced to fire off the Cannon spell because he was going to die otherwise, and it would have resolved. So Dudu does us, I guess, a little bit of a service, saves us a minute or so, maybe of contemplating, and just says, hey, this one's over. Let's go to game number 2.
Yeah, I think, as you're kind of thinking through the sequence of events there, you really need Pantheon to find you lifesteal, and then you also really need, let's be honest, like a single combat, because of the Cannon spell and it being a threat when you're only at 1 health. So I think ultimately it's probably a sequence where you want to play Panth, and then you want to fire off one of those Pale Cascades, hope that you top deck a single combat, and then you can use that to answer the Cannon spell, and hopefully with lifesteal, right? I think that is the out that you're trying to play to there, but just by going all the way down to 1, again, you were kind of already in a pickle, right? So even though Darkodius didn't finish them completely the turn before, they put so much pressure that it made Dudu's play patterns, very awkward for that turn.
Absolutely. Darkodius is able to take that game number 1, and now needs to find 1 win with 2 tries of Scouts, and that's a tale as old as time here on Fight Night. And a lot of times Scouts can find one of those wins, almost regardless of matchup. It's just one of those decks that just has that ability. It'll take coin flips where it can, and now having the MF on 3 is a pretty it's a pretty heads coin flip.
Yeah, no, this is a great series of plays here. You had the 1-drop, you had the Valor on 2 and the Misfortune on 3. Yeah. This is exactly the kind of aggressive opener you wanted, because you force the recall, and then you at least threaten the RA. Now, they could take this Twin Disciplines here to keep it alive, but it looks like they're actually just going to sacrifice that RA to deal with the Valor. And that makes a bit of sense there. You're likely going to be slapping down Kinku here, and because this is the mono version, it will 100%. Guaranteed be successful. So this is a good, potential answer, but you're already down to 11. Darkodius is kind of doing what Monte was trying to do in the previous round that we casted. You're getting that pressure, and you're not giving them time to develop. And with another Valor coming down, this is looking really good for Darkodius.
Yeah, and this is, look, you bring the deck to draw the cards that you put in the deck, right? Like, you're playing these cards to draw them. And yes, this is lined up very well for the Scouts player, but this is one of the benefits of playing a deck like this. It has these types of draws that are very, very powerful, at least to start. Now, of course, this game's not over yet. There's potentially another Wayfinder being slammed here. Dudu is at 11, which is low, but has found a way to preserve some spell mana, so not quite as resource starved as we saw Kever in the first round in that matchup.
Well, the really important thing here, and this is why I think Darkodius slammed that open attack, is that Misfortune is essentially guaranteed a level up here.
Yep.
It's actually interesting that the Warden got developed, because if you guaranteed the attack there, then you know she's going to flip, and you left open the chance for a homecoming by playing the warden there. And if I'm Dudu, I'm actually a bit nervous that happened, because that tells me that Darkodius's hand is so good that they didn't care if Misfortune flipped or not.
Yeah,
well, this is already a nightmare.
Right. I guess it would have been a punish to exactly the drawn homecoming from the droplet there, because if they had homecoming before, they could have played it. So I think you kind of have to put your opponent on not having it, or there was that one opportunity to draw it there, which that would have been a pretty big beating, but still, this is looking like a pretty big beating on the other end.
It.
Oh yeah, that's just
Misfortune
lethal
flipped,
damage.
so of course it's lethal. You were at, what was it, 10 or 11 health going into that round, and Misfortune was going to flip. That was academic. That's exactly what you want to do as scouts if you're trying to punish Ari Kennen. Now, again, the previous round with Monte, we have seen ways where Ari Kennen can stall long enough and then maybe pull off their own combo. But if you are looking for a, I play things on curve, me, math is bad, math is for blockers, me attack, blah, blah, blah. That's the list for you. Play scouts. Yeah.
I like it. I mean, I always used to call, well, it wasn't actually scouts back then. It was just Mono Demacia Bannerman. And it was, I called it the Uno deck. It's like, okay, I see a 1 in my mana column, I play 1-drop. I see a 2, I play a 2-drop, etc., lather, rinse, repeat. And hey, sometimes the deck plays out like that. Sometimes it doesn't, right? We saw Monte actually navigate a very interesting scouts match where there was a lot of back and forth and a lot more spell heavy. But at the end of the day, you always have those nut draws that you can get. And sometimes you just get a turn 4 win, leveled up Misfortune, GG. We move on to the winners finals on the side of Darkodius.
Yeah, went very, very quickly. So congratulations, Darkodius. You have moved on to the winners finals. So far on the broadcast, we have not seen any of the Freljord control-based lists, and I'm still personally kind of waiting to see how that plays into the scout lists. Anything that has Frostbite can go a long way, but we're going back to the other side of the bracket. Kever here, still trying to stay in this because, we talked about it at the start of the broadcast, a bit of a rivalry going on between Kever and Darkodius on opposite sides of the bracket. So looking to find each other in the finals, and with this Twisted Fate and this Nami leveled up, yes, you're at 10 health, but I gotta say, it looks like it's looking pretty good for Kever since we joined this game.
Yeah, this is, of course, going up against Slay, who is running the Zoe Diana deck, or the deck that I like to call Simic Value Engine with no actual win con. Shout outs to the... there's actually probably a decent number of Magic players in the chat, but, it does have win cons. I know it has star shaping, but there's not really any win cons that are put in the deck. You have to find them in other ways a lot of the time.
Sometimes the best win condition is just waiting for your opponent to forfeit. That's the way I play poker. I don't play any hands, right? I just slowly lose my blinds until I'm one of like the last 3 people at the table and I get some money. And that's really just target control.
Yeah, and honestly, the sad reality is that is the life of a poker pro. Our friend Tannen Grace actually told me, as a professional poker player, which he was, it's like his job was literally to win 3 big blinds an hour, and that was what he did.
Yeah, no, it is hours depressing. Of boredom and seconds of excitement. Yeah, 100%.
But we skipped out on the hours of boredom here, and we're just going to see some seconds of excitement as the J spell getting a win here from Kever.
Even if Jace wasn't finishing it off, we also saw the Mystic Shot picked up there. So Kever with a victory there as well. And that rivalry is looking like it's going to find a prime time spot on the Fight Night broadcast, because that was impressive.
I don't know what game that was. That may have been game 1. We'll have production update us in a second, but we might. Okay, that was game 1. So we're going to be going into a game number 2 with Kever on the patented Ari Kennen Go Hard version versus the Zoe Diana Value Engine with no actual win con. I'm still sticking with it. It has no win cons in the deck.
I think it's adorable that you thought a Targon control game was beyond game one.
True.
It was very clearly game one.
Well, you look at the list, which you can as well in chat, !Dex, if you want to take a look at the lists of all the players. But there's some kind of aggressive stuff. It's got Starry Scamps in the deck. I mean, come on. Why it has Starry Scamps in the deck, I don't know. But it's a card.
Sometimes you just want bears that are free.
True. Very true. And
so
then sometimes you play other stuff too.
Yeah, Dusk Petal here means we're actually getting the Shade Stalker, so a bit of an elusive blocker available now. Not super helpful against the Ari.
I love the attack. I love this attack though. It's kind of a kind of a free attack. I think. Well, actually, Kever has the recall if there's a pokey stick on a later turn, but also has the go hard to take out this elusive 2/3, which the 2/3 elusive body is actually quite annoying for this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. So you get that out of the way. Again, you kind of mess with your allegiance math, but this deck has so many ways to recall Wayfinder that if you don't hit it the first time, you're probably safe in general. And then you factor in this is the Targon Vandal City control list, so you know that you're not like going to get rushed down. You could probably play Wayfinder 3 or 4 times if you really want to against this. So,
yeah,
playing the go hard, not that big of a deal, but we could also see a situation where go hard ends up being very clutch because the longer the game goes, you hit some of these invoked units, for example, and if you are timing a really solid pack your bags play, for example, it could be something that opens up a game-winning attack. And with 1 go hard already played and 2 more in hand, bags could be packed almost at any given moment.
Right. Yeah, there's the 3rd go hard that could be played, like you mentioned. And again, against this deck, the pack your bags is going. It kills every card that's put in the deck from Slay. Right now, of course, as we mentioned, Star Shaping, the plethora of invokes can get units that can survive the pack your bags. But even if a unit survives pack your bags, it's still very, very detrimental just in general.
Yeah, and even when you're looking at the list, with the exception of Star Shaping, it kills everything that you create as well. All of the Celestial units that are created from Solar Priestess, for example, have 5 health or less. So whether that's Sisters or the Challenger, a Pack Your Bags has the potential to be incredibly powerful. And right now, you kind of have to get yourself into a position where you can utilize them. You're a little bit light on units. You'd love to be going a bit wider here. The big thing that stands out to me for Kever is no droplet, so you don't have a great source of being able to keep the fuel going. You're doing a great job of kind of bouncing the Sari, bouncing the Kenna, and getting the mileage that you can, but droplet and or Wayfinder are great sources of resources, and so far Kever has found neither.
And there's the biggest unit placed in the deck, the Yordle Captain. This deck is one, a lot of times we'll see a deck in Runeterra and it's like, okay, this is what the developers were thinking, TK Raka, sure. Ari Kennen, it's like they're kind of like, build a decks. I don't know how many of the developers were thinking, all right, this Zoe Diana deck with Yordle Captain as the linchpin, holding it all together. This is what we expected when we designed these cards.
I am not really that surprised, and I don't think the developers are either, because we do have people like Ruben, for example, who loves to play things that kind of look innocuous at first. I think about the old Ruben pile. But then even going a step further, the developers are also pretty well versed with things like Raptor. And Raptor with his, Might and Vi lists that were surprising people in some of the early seasonals. I think the developers know that if you design cards with a good level of overlap, right, and you don't just create archetypes for players, because let's be honest, there are some archetypes that are kind of on rails. You think about stuff like Deep, for example, or Lurk. Those are archetypes that are kind of designed with very few flex cards. But a number of other cards are designed very broadly. So obviously Aphelios fits in Nightfall, but Aphelios also fits in kind of everything, and certainly did at launch. And so the short version of my rant here is that I'm not sure the developers are really that surprised that we're seeing a captain played like this.
Yeah, it certainly ties together. I mean, this is not the first time we've seen this deck. It is a deck that is, I would, if we're talking about like popularity, I'd say maybe like a tier 1.5, tier 2 deck. Popularity and power. It's not the most common deck, but it's also not an unknown here. And I mean, I'm sure What Am I likes a deck like this. It's just, hey, I've got star shapings, I can win.
All right, I got a couple of things here. First, Pack Your Bags, officially top decked. So that is raring to go. And it's after the Sisters have been played. So all of those things that you and I were talking about have kind of fallen into place. It is the caster curse, if you will. Or, maybe we're just prophets. Who knows? But also, I do just want to kind of quickly follow up and say that, well, actually, I want to watch this go off because this is absolutely beautiful. But I also just wanted to say that the big thing that also happened here that we kind of missed during my monologue was that Kever finally found that source of resources, that source of card draw, right? So, earlier I was saying, hey, we hadn't found Wayfinder, we hadn't found Droplet. Well, instead, they find the 3/5 Beast, and it turns out that's pretty good at refilling your hand as well. Oh, yeah. And so now Kever has all the tools to really start putting the pressure on his opponent here.
Yeah, this is, the sign-in, the Fox God, or I don't actually know if it's a god, but the Fox Spirit at the very least, is one that originally first, week of release, I don't think we really saw it all. Then we have slowly started to see it a lot. Kever's deck actually running, I believe, the full complement of 3 sign-ins. Let me double check. The answer to that is yes, running 3 sign-in Thousand-Tailed, which makes a lot of sense in the Go Hard version. We see sort of the 2 sides of the coin. Darkodius on the 0 sign-in, and we talked to him last week in the winner's interview. But of course, Darkodius not running the Go Hard version, running the more tempo, the mourned aggro version, I think is what it's sort of being referred to as. Does not need sign-in. It's a little too expensive, a little too clunky. But with the Go Hards, sometimes your plan is just draw a bunch of them and pack their bags, and that's exactly what happened here for Kever.
Yeah, I think that whenever you are going with the more mid-rangey game plan, and I think that's what the Go Hard version of RE Kennen is, it's a bit more mid-rangey, then Thousand-Tailed makes a ton of sense. Some other card games that I've casted for in the past, they had cards that did a very similar thing, and they were mainstays in mid-range lists, right? Anytime that you can kind of pay the middle of your mana in value, so again, that's a 6-cost card, and you get a body and you also draw 2 cards, that's kind of exactly the point in the game where you're likely needing that additional firepower in your hand. And so it just lines up beautifully with what you're trying to do. And then, of course, this is a deck that can go wide. It helps you in that respect with the buff. This is a deck that can recall and play things. And that's something that we're going to see here. So that, again, you can refill your hand. It checks all of the boxes. And it's also thousands of tails on foxes, and so it's just beautifully designed.
Yeah, I really like the card. When I first saw the card, I'm like, this card is just busted. There's no way. But here it is, and it is been a mainstay in at least some of these versions. The old Starry Scamp. But the sign-in, I mean, it was an interesting attack there. It wasn't an interesting attack. Interesting situation on that attack because Ari obviously bouncing the sign-in here, and my first thought was, oh, we'll see a mini morph on the Ari, but that would have actually been adding 2 damage to the total that Slay was taking. So really did not feel great, even if they had the mini morph there.
Yeah, I think really you're trying to save the mini morph for Ari when you can punish it. In an ideal situation, you have a board, and unfortunately that got packed, But in an ideal situation, you have a board so that when they go to set up the RE combo, you can hit them with the mini morph and then assign your blockers accordingly, and it can be a very devastating play. Right now, not really an option. You've got, a cute little Scary Scamp here, but Starry Scamp, although he's probably got some scars after the beating that he's taken so far.
Right.
And it's just not going to be effective.
We're seeing here, Kever, you know what? He took one cookie from the cookie jar. He then got another, and now he's going for another dip. Once you taste those 1,000 tails, you just need more. That's the only thing you can do, is just draw more. But there's a destroyer 8/7, not necessarily the most threatening right now to Kever, but is certainly at least a little bit annoying.
Yeah, the spell shield is not as big of a deal for Kever to deal with because you've got Kennen, right? So access to these easy zero-cost marks to peel it off, and then we see the Homecoming, for example. And there's honestly just like a million tools that are available, because with God Willow and the Sign-In, we've bounced and then manually cast this thing twice. So if you think that Kever won't spend 3 mana to draw even more cards, then you're sadly mistaken, and that ephemeral copy could also soak 5 damage here as well from the Overwhelm. True. So I think that is potentially at least a consideration. You'd also have these Twin Disciplines if you just wanted to trade with it outright, because with Diana coming down, if you make the copy of Sign-In, for example, then that might just be pulled away. But this is honestly just Kever's choice. He can do whatever he wants here.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely can. Looks like we're going to start with taking 8 to the face, maybe killing, saving a Kennen, using a Kennen spell, kill Diana. I don't hate it. This will set up A, Diana off the board. B, like you mentioned, will set up the Kennen spell to peel off the spell shield so that the destroyer is no longer a threat. But this exchange has brought Kever down to 7 life, and there are, well, we already see a destroyer. There's another big celestial that was generated from star shaping in hand, and pretty much any of those giant, those upper cost celestial units are going to just be one-shot lethals at this point.
Yeah, that's if they get to attack. The issue here is that I'm pretty sure Ari's close to leveling here. If not on attack, they only need like 1 more, and I know that God Willow is, gonna potentially get that going, but it's right here. So we get the level. Because God Willow is also on the 1,000 tail, you're gonna buff your board here as well, which means Ari gets bigger, and so the attack with the discipline is going to be very threatening. Now the issue is Hush or Mini Morph, right? Yep. So you and I had talked about how what you want to do is set up a situation where Mini Morph can be very devastating and you get the right blocks. The question is whether or not that will be enough here.
Yeah, well, it's... Oh, Spell Thief. Okay. When was there? I didn't even remember seeing a Spell Thief.
It was a couple of turns ago.
Okay. I was just, I guess, zoned completely out. But I think, yes, Kever likely in a very good spot here, has a lot of different spells and mana to utilize. Defensively here, the issue, or at least the scary part for Kever, is if you're not presenting lethal this turn, it starts to get scary. Now, yes, we do have a stun and a Homecoming, but some of these, multiple, these bigger units with spell shield and whatnot, your cards can get taxed, and a lot of these ones end up costing a bunch of mana. Likely not going to matter, but it could still be a little bit scary, as any of these big Celestials hitting is just going to end the game.
So this is a moment of truth. With the mana left back, you have to assume Mini Morph is there. I went and double-checked the deck list because I couldn't remember if there was a one of Hush or not. There's not. There are 3 Mini Morphs, but that is it. So had there been a situation where potentially you had both mini morph and a single hush available, then that could be, you know, even more devastating here. But now, even if you have the mini morph, and we're going to see that come down, there's still a lot of potential damage that can be thrown with the 2 twin disciplines. And then you also have these cannon spells in your hand for the following turn. Or here you could just trade the cannon into, it's not even a trade at that point, excuse me. You could use your cannon to get rid of...
It's not an even trade, that's for sure.
Get rid of the charger. So, not that you need to. You've got the homecoming as well. You don't have to be greedy. There's a lot of options here.
Right.
But...
yeah, 12, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You actually, funny enough, have 10 effective damage in hand with the 2 cannon spells and the twin discipline. I wonder, was this twin discipline just, okay, we're going to put charger in cannon spell range, I guess, or maybe mark range?
Yeah, I think this is for mark. Like, you get it down to 1, so if you really have to, you still have homecoming as a backup, you still have the other cannon spell as a backup, and actually they're just going to do that with the droplet. Mark was another option as well. Like, you could put the mark on it and then try to go from there. And the pokey stick coming out, but twin saves it.
Yep. I do like Kever firing this off now because you do not want to open it up to getting stopped by the 3rd star shaping, because that would be potentially quite devastating.
Zoe coming down, going to be instantly marked. And yeah, at this point, it just really feels like Kever has enough firepower that he can do whatever he wants. Again, early on, there was some questions to be answered, right? You had a good start, but you didn't have access to card draw, right? Like, you couldn't refill your hand. The moment we found the Thousand Tail, that kind of kicked things off. Entirely possible that this kind of Hail Mary Living Legends gets something done, but so many tools available still to cover here. Even if it was something massive, right? Like, if it was like a Great Beyond, for example, you've got both the homecoming and the palm. So
yeah, definitely.
You know, it would be something, just kind of doing the math in my head. What if out of those 10 cards, you got that 4-1 overwhelm, but like 6 times?
That would probably be the best scenario for, or at least a very strong scenario, but there's a decent chance that Kever still lives through that.
Yeah,
actually.
That wasn't even guaranteed, because with the Wayfinder, you can also just go wide and still have spell mana backup. But I was just thinking, like, what do I actually want? Like, if I Living Legends there, do I want one big unit? No, I think instead I want just as many cost-effective units as possible.
Yeah. It's also not, it's not confirmed, but my suspicion is that Living Legends and cards like that are not true random. They're just like a sort of simulated random, which a lot of games tend to use. Just because, like, true random will have very, very weird things that don't appear random to the human brain, but they actually are random, and that's what makes them random. But it's like, oh man, I did get 6 chargers. I don't think I've ever seen that or seen anyone post anything like that, so I'm assuming it's not at true random. It could be.
Well, and to be fair, that's not always like the best outcome. So it's entirely possible that somebody had it, but then they didn't post it because they were just angry. They were like, man, I just needed 1 Great Beyond and I got 6 chargers. And then they rage quit.
Yeah, it does seem post-worthy, though, but not everyone posts everything, because not everyone is an insane degenerate like many of us are here. Make sure you post all of your cool stuff, because if you don't, then how do we know that it happened? Anyways, back to the match here, Kever. Why not draw another sign-in? Why not go for another one?
And so the beauty here as well with Kever's particular list is that, yes, he's drawn a ton of cards, but he's not at all really at risk of decking himself because he's running this go hard variant, right? So He's really just speeding through to find more go hards, eventually pack bags again, because he's already done it once. And you don't have to worry about, you know, trying to get that victory before your deck runs out, right? If anything, right now, you are totally in control by just drawing and drawing and drawing and drawing. Like, this is 100% the correct play. It feels probably a little slow, maybe a little boring to the viewers, but this is the way you want to navigate this for sure.
Yeah, I do want to bring up another chat comment here. Our good friend Yost with the Most bringing up a very strong point that it is actually random. He once had a leveled up Asol cast Living Legends and got all 0 drops. Weird. Every card in his hand cost 0 when Living Legends was played after a leveled up Asol. Definitely a serious thing and not a joke about how Asol reduces the cost of everything to 0. I guess that means it's true random, right?
The truest of randoms. It was probably so random that guy was like, wow, so random.
So random, but I think that this this game from Kever is going to be anything but random, as it is you know, marching down the finish line here. Zoe, you know, unfortunately for Slay here, does not level up in the deck, and also probably just doesn't matter even if the Zoe came down leveled here. Just is irrelevant.
Yeah, what I actually find to be incredible is that this is a Targon Vandal City deck that is being outdrawn, out-resourced, and it's not even close. I mean, we are talking about the 2 regions that are just known for spitting out more cards, whether it's Invoke, whether it's Manifest, whether it's, you know, Yordles or Celestials. Those are 2 regions where you, in theory, feel like you just never run out of cards. And yet, the combination of the go hards and the pack your bags, and the combination of Thousand Tails popping off, I don't know. Actually, I really wish we had a counter going, because the number of cards drawn from Thousand Tails this game has to be astronomical. But Kever's just been in the driver's seat.
10, right? I think close to 10.
Well, more than 10 cards. It might be 10 triggers. Because we saw them hard cast it 3 times before the first God Willow hit it, and then we've seen it more times since then. So he's probably drawn a deck's worth of cards, but again, because this is the go hard variant, you're not in danger of decking yourself.
Yeah. As long as you cast the go hards, you're not going to deck, and if you get the go hards, you're going to be in good shape here. This does a little bit of extra damage, you know, prevents the lifesteal. Might as well. And hey, you know what? Gives Kever an opportunity to cast another sign-in.
Yeah, this is beautiful. You want to prevent the lifesteal. You also, again, you want to keep digging, because so not only is the go hard a win condition for you, but because you keep casting them as well, it's draining 1 by 1 by 1. That's very relevant when you're at such a low health total as well. So, you know, I said it before. Yes, this game likely over. Probably feels a little bit boring to the viewer, because we all know exactly how this is going to go. But if you are playing in a tournament and you want to navigate this correctly, I cannot fault Kever for taking this path, because he's just making sure he doesn't make any mistakes, doesn't leave anything up to chance. This is the right way to pilot this.
Well, yeah, I mean, we see here, and we've talked about this, you know, over the years in tournaments. This is Kever winning from this scenario pretty easy. You know, pretty rudimentary, but making sure that you don't lose is where the finesse comes here, because that is a 15 power unit, and we're gonna have to use both homecomings here just to pop the shield and then bounce it. If that second homecoming was in hand, this game would actually be over for Slay.
Yeah, that second homecoming coming in clutch.
Yeah.
It's going to be the savior here, and I don't believe, I'll double check real quick, but I don't believe that there's like Bastion or anything. Yeah, there's no Bastion, so you don't have to worry about that. As far as the invokes go, it's not burst speed, so here we're going to see the Pale Cascade just to draw a card.
Sure.
Which, you know, I'm actually kind of surprised that they did it there. Right. Theoretically, you know, you might want to put it on your lifesteal unit, not because it was going to gain you any health, but just because it would have healed it for the round, right? You would have got rid of that 1 damage there, negated that. But again, not really going to matter at this point. We have the RE down. We have the elusives. This is what Kever was waiting for. Kever was waiting for an RE to push for lethal, or was just going to win with pack your bags, right? Those were your 2 win cons. Did finally find it, and so we're going to see this game get closed out.
Yeah, I mean, Kever's going to win. Is going to burn a lot of cards. Oh, what?
Oh.
Unless that actually changes. We're doing a lot more, or we're doing a lot less damage now. Though, is the Twin Disciplines enough? I think it might be.
Yeah, I mean,
okay, it is.
There's no way that Kever doesn't have this here.
By okay, and the Nopify. Yep,
I was
that's
going
to be
a Nopify and 2 denies still in hand, so there's just no way, right? With the number of cards available, there's just no way that it's not a win. So again, Kever patient, no mistakes, very well piloted, and so that is now officially a victory on the round for Kever. So 2 very long games tends to be the case against Target and Control, but congratulations, we're going to have Kever and Darkodius facing off after their Twitter beef.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the Twitter beef. Darkodius, you know, claiming to have the best version of Ari Kennen. Kever also claiming, you know, started it a little bit on Twitter. Said, "Hey, I'll show you how it's done with the Go Hard version." And now, hey, let's put your money where your mouth is. You got your first crack at it, and one of the 2 players is going to be moving immediately to the grand finals. The loser of that match is, of course, going to be jumped down to the losers bracket, as we see here. We're going to be watching that winners finals, Darkodius versus Kever, and we've got the losers bracket that will be progressing while we watch that as well. But this is you know, people meme about the script of Fight Night and like how it's scripted and how, you know what, if it is, this is a pretty good match to have scripted out, right? I mean, we couldn't have written it better than this. The 2 Twitter beefs, the business casual versus vacation mode Darkodius. What more could we ask for, Charmer?
We're going to have to rename Fight Night Runeterra World Entertainment. We're going to have to make wrestling belts because it's very clearly scripted, but at least it's great entertainment. So,
yeah, either way, it's great entertainment, and you're not going to want to miss any great entertainment, but we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We got more Fight Night Legends when we return. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. I am, of course, still Blevins. That, yes, I pointed the right direction, is still Charmer, and we're here going into the winners finals, Charmer. And we've got the storied matchup, the rivalry that is continuing here on the winner's side finals. Darkodius versus Kever.
Yeah, this is going to be a great matchup because not only were they talking a bit of trash, having a bit of fun on Twitter before Fight Night even started, not knowing that they were going to meet each other in the winners finals, but on top of that, we have some very similar lineups. And so this is really going to be a true test of skill. Both of these players have brought a version of Ari Kennen. And then for the X Factor choices, we have Scouts on one side and we have that Twisted Fate Nami on the other side. And both of those decks are kind of similar in what they want to do, but they go about it in different ways. They still want to, go wide and make use of board-wide pings and put some pressure on those Ari Kennen lists. And so two great players, two great lineups. Here we can see that Twisted Fate Nami list. And we saw it pop off earlier on the broadcast, and it was giving me flashbacks to old Twisted Fate heyday.
Yep. We've, this deck, we saw actually Floppy Mudkip bring this a couple of weeks ago. And when Cass and I originally saw it, I was like, okay, this kind of makes sense. It's like kind of the old Nami list and kind of like the old Twisted Fate list, and you kind of just jam them together and do that. But really, this to me feels like it is much more pronounced as a turbo Twisted Fate deck with a backup Nami plan, where we saw, I mean, it might just be matchup dependent, but we saw Floppy Mudkip's perspective and really heavily leaning towards trying to mulligan or cards that level up that Twisted Fate fast, because it turns out, Charmer, that a leveled up Twisted Fate is hard for a lot of decks to deal with, even in the year 2022.
Yeah, in the current meta, whether it's Ari Kennen, whether it's Scouts, whatever, there's an awful lot of decks that try to go wide. And so if you can make use of red card over and over again once you level up that Twisted Fate, you can really be devastating. But I do want to highlight the Nami here, because while the old version of the list ran Fizz, for example, and it had more of an elusive game plan, with Nami added to this deck, you also give Twisted Fate more survivability. So you can keep Twisted Fate alive a little bit longer, protect it better, and then that also allows you to accelerate your game plan. You also get to include some cool cards that are really just meant to help trigger that Nami even more. Things like what I call the Hex Tech Orange, for example, right? The 3-cost Flash. And of course, I mentioned oranges because before we went live, Blevins was talking about blood oranges and navel oranges. And basically, if you can think of a part on the human body and an orange that goes with it, he mentioned it. So, getting that Hex Tech Orange in there helps out the Nami, though. All jokes aside, is just a very well-refined list. It knows what it wants to do, and it does it very, very well.
Yeah, and it really feels like, both of the sort of the predecessors to this deck were both paired with Fizz, Fizz Nami and Fizz TF in the past, and it really feels like, not to harp too much on Fizz, but he's kind of a filler champion, right? I mean, a lot of times he's just you would just play a 2-1 elusive Bilgewater card a lot of the time, and you don't even care that he's a champion for the most part. Sometimes, obviously, you do, but this is almost like, they both used to date Fizz, and then they went their separate ways. It was mutual breakups, and then Fizz was like, you two might actually like each other, and set them up, and now, hey, we've got a couple perhaps made in Bilgewater here in TF and Nami. But the deck of the meta right now is the Ari Kennen. And it is a bit of a stretch to call it the deck, because it's actually kind of the decks, and we're seeing both ends of the deck spectrum here in this winners finals. Kever versus Darkodius. Kever, of course, on the Go Hard version, Darkodius on the more, I don't even know if I can consider it traditional, but I guess I think of it as the original list with the Absolver as the splash here. And I'm not sure where I land on this one, Charmer. Do you have any initial thoughts on, what you're thinking in terms of that mirror match or pseudo mirror, I suppose?
I think if you're just talking about those two decks into each other directly, the Absolver probably gives you a more consistent outcome just because it is both a finisher, but it also can be used to save some of your key units, facilitate some trades. And so when you're talking about those two decks crashing into each other, you've got enough elusives to block the other elusives. There's a lot more kind of board interactivity than you traditionally have when it's Ari Kennen versus something not Ari Kennen. So I like the idea that Absolver helps you there. Now, if the game goes long, Go Hard gives you the obvious edge because you're going to get more Go Hard than your opponent has Absolvers. But assuming that the game goes a traditional length here, I feel like the Absolver one is just slightly better in a straight up mirror. But again, anything's possible. It all depends on what the players draw, how they navigate it. Sometimes the Absolver is not the solver. Sometimes you still pack their bags and send them packing. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you there. It's certainly, my gut actually says that Go Hard might be a little favored, but I think it's very, very close. The margins are very, very close here. What I will say, and if you're looking to build your Ari Kennen list, with whatever splash or lack of splash, a couple things to note here that are consistent. A lot of the same cards and numbers here, but one thing that is very interesting, Nopify at 3x, Deny at 2x in both lists. And those are, numbers that we don't always see. So I think that might become the gold standard here in Ari Kennen, but we're going to be seeing the non-Ari Kennen decks actually face off here first, Charmer.
Yeah, you mentioned the high number of cards that counter other spells. I think that is very specific to the tournament meta. I think that if you want to play on ladder, you can still certainly choose 3 Nopifies and 2 Denies, but if you also wanted to go with a slightly lower number, not the end of the world. But I think in a tournament, when you are playing against really good players, having options in your deck, and not just like as a one-of, but high numbers of them that force your opponent to say, okay, if they have mana open, this is how they punish me. It makes them pump their brakes. It makes them potentially misplay, right? And in these games, right, that's where you get your skill. You try to separate by saying, okay, I'm going to get my opponent to trip up and then capitalize on it. And that's what those cards allow you to do. But this was a huge, great role for Darkodius there by getting the Attune.
Yeah, the Attune is quite good. And, Scouts is not the most mana-intensive deck, but you do want that spell mana on key turns a lot of the time, and you also want to curve out, and the non epic Shelly does that for you. I don't remember what that card's actually called, but it the bigger one is Shelly. That's still the same. I think it's the same character. At least it's meant to be the same character, but in a 1-drop version.
I mean, 1 spell mana, when you're piloting a deck that runs Ranger's Resolve against a deck that runs Twisted Fate, 1 spell mana can be a make or break moment. So, again, that Attune, very nice, but I loved the kind of counterplay or answer play from Kever. We saw them copy the Warden and then land a 1/3, which meant that they would have had to give in a value trade if they would have attacked into it. And so a little bit of back and forth, but we also get the early Nami level up. Like this is turn 4 Nami leveled up. And suddenly that 1-drop that came from the iterative improvement is up to a 3/4.
I gotta give shout outs to our co-caster in arms from the EU Fight Night, Skarzig. Shelly before the War Crimes is the official name now of that version. You'll love to see it.
Shelly before it was an admiral, so had not yet consumed the naval oranges, to bring it back to Blevins and his dietary choices.
Yep, which I'm currently eating, by the way. Delicious.
Yeah. I mean, I do want to call attention to it, but here we see the Twisted Fate. This has got to be a Ranger's Resolve answer because you have the second one. So this is not just well-timed because you usually want to answer Twisted Fate that way, but also you've got the backup. So Really low risk answer here. You also have this sharp sight into the challenger and gonna take a shot at the Nami. I think properly recognizing that this is actually the bigger threat at the moment. Yes, you do not want Twisted Fate to pop off, but this Nami will absolutely get out of hand very, very quickly if you don't answer it right now.
Well, at the end of the day, you're leaning a lot on your units being beefier and better, you know, pound for pound being stronger than your opponents. And Nami really levels that off very quickly with a +2/+1 every single time a spell is cast. And if you're behind on board as scouts, it almost doesn't matter what is on what the opponent's deck is doing. Like if they have a bigger board than you, you just lose a lot of the time. We saw an old school, you know, matches versus Deep and versus like Ash Noxus, where scouts had the advantage up into a certain point, and if they didn't do a critical mass of damage up into a certain threshold, they just lost the game. And now it's similar here, and Nami would certainly push you know, Kever's board potentially over that threshold, but Darkodius sees that, clears it out as much as he can.
You know, you mentioned having bigger units. One of the things that the new version of Scouts has in its corner is the Sergeant, right? We see that 6 cost team-wide buff. This is as a result of the more recent buff to that card. It's now a 3/4, where in the past it was a 3/3. It makes it a bit more palatable. Also because it's an elite, and so if you're packing that and Cytherea, that allows you to run things like Squire as part of your early game package. And so there are some evolutions to the deck that make it a little bit better at handling quote-unquote big boards. But you're absolutely right. If you can get bigger, then you can usually go a long way. And now we see the second Ranger's Resolve along with a little bit of an emote here. And so Kever trying to slow down the board, but not successful.
Okay, Mirai Warden coming out again. What do we get? Okay, Lonely Poro and a Affectionate Poro, I believe it is, that has Challenger.
Yes.
Could definitely be relevant. Oh,
absolutely. That is a very nice roll. So the Wardens have been kind to Darkodius here.
Yeah.
On the other side, we're going to see a Time Trick, possibly looking for more answers. Also trying to get some progress on that Twisted Fate, because yes, you're a bit behind if you're Kever, but that's 2 Rangers Resolves that you know are gone now. So if you can level up this Twisted Fate, those red cards are going to be a lot more impactful at that point. And so if you can Time Trick into like a Rummage, for example, that could go a long way. Even more so if you've got like Stress Testing. Here instead, we're just kind of slowing things down. Now we see the Poro coming down, and this is a big deal because the attack token's on the side of Kever, but when it comes back around to Darkodius, whether it's Cytherea or the spell, that Challenger will likely be big enough to target the Twisted Fate.
True. Very true. Kever going to take the pass, not wanting or not seeing the value in the chip damage there. Darkodius deciding where this Brightsteel is, who this Brightsteel is going to protect. Is it going to be Quinn? No, it is going to be the Affectionate Poro.
Yeah, I like this because if you are then going to follow this up with the spell, and that is probably the play, your board is full, and obviously you are below Cytherea mana now, but if you're going to follow this up, the last thing you want is while that's on the stack to get answered with a Mystic Shot or Get Excited or something, and then you don't get the challenge. So this is just giving you some extra insurance and saying, okay, you've got to have essentially 2 direct damage spells if you want to eat my challenge unit before I get to attack. And then even still, like, let's say that is the case, well, then the rest of my board still got a massive buff, and I'm very, very wide, and you spent a bunch of mana and 2 cards to stop my challenger. So this is just a beautiful setup for Darkodius.
Yep. Now, are you talking about the setup on board or his setup in the music choice plus sunglasses being put on right now?
Well, I'm a professional, so I can't hear his music choice. I'm paying attention to the broadcast. I'm not eating oranges, reading Twitch chat, watching other streams.
Okay, I'm not watching the other stream, but I am
can
doing
only
the other
assume
things.
that with that kind of attire and the amazing head bob there, that he is delivering a monster set. In fact, I don't even think I can't see his hands where I am, so I assume that he's just got a turntable down there and he's actually doing his own mix.
It's true.
So we see the Ray.
Darkodius. Yep.
This is actually pretty interesting because I don't know what the attack count is for Quinn, but with that going up to a 6/8 and only 2 mana there's no real fear of like a get excited. So yeah, you can take the scout attack and then take the other attack, which I believe levels up the Quinn at this point. So
yeah, if Quinn's leveling here, we are in nightmares territory for Kever. Leveled Quinn, you're not getting better than this, right? Which actually makes me wonder why the 5/2 isn't blocking there. Because the 5/2 is going to be pulled by Valor now, and now you've gotten significantly less than 5 damage onto the Quinn. I mean, it might not matter either way, but it feels something feels off to me not blocking the Quinn with the 5/2 there.
Well, I don't know what the progress is on Twisted Fate, but maybe they've unnerfed Rummage back to 1 mana, and then they're going to play that to level up Twisted Fate, and then play some stuff for free to trigger gold card on the Quinn.
Oh, that makes sense. I mean, it doesn't, but I could see.
We spent half the broadcast going back in time with our references, so I figured we might as well go back in time with some cards and unnerf Rummage while we're at it.
True.
If anything, all Fight Night ever does is go back in time or transport you to other worlds, because Fight Night is canonically in Isekai.
Ah, we brought it back. I did start writing the Stuart Little Goes to Chicago Isekai, by the way. I've got, half a page written, and then I was brought to tears by how great it was, and I had to stop.
I hope that he gets trapped in the equivalent of quicksand, but it's really just a Chicago deep dish pizza.
Don't spoil it, man. Come on.
So Kever rummaging around and finds a surrender in the deck. And that's going to be game 1 going to Darkodius there. And we saw a little bit of a celebration, finger waving at the camera. So off the turntable long enough to say, hey, I got you. But you do have to win twice. And then, don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but even if you get the victory here, there could be a lower bracket run to get Kever back. And then, maybe make a comeback in the grand finals. Who knows? But game 1 goes to Darkodius. And made it look easy, honestly. The hits with that scout deck were wonderful. The Wardens were very key. Both Rangers resolves when you needed them. Everything was coming up aces.
Yeah, this is, it is game 1, but this is a very important match, as this will, the winner will go directly to the winners finals, which of course ensures the invite back to the next fight night. And, obviously just the place you want to be. You want to be on the top of that, of the winner's side going into the grand finals. But, this is more than even just the, the banter on Twitter. I mean, this is team versus team. And this is a Wombats versus Team Mastering Runeterra. I mean, this is pretty high stakes here. I mean, this is, lines have been drawn, shots have been called. Both players really sticking up for themselves, their build of Ari Kennen, and their teams at this point.
I mean, look, all Kever has to do is win not once, but twice in a row against arguably one of the best decks in the format, against one of the best players in the game. So clearly not a problem, obviously, because Darkodius not on Azarelia, and thus, is fallible. Now, if this was a different deck in a different time, I would say, okay, sure, Darkodius has this, but now, like I said, Kever just needs back-to-back wins against maybe the best deck in the format. So totally doable.
Yeah. Well, look, Kever has gone into a seasonal at rank number 1. been undefeated going into a seasonal top 32, and then just gets the low roll of all low rolls by having the top non-XO player, because this was before they did the change, the top non-XO player that made it because of the wait list, or because of the wait list or because someone who was XO dropped, but regardless, the top player that they had to play at rank 32 was actual Raptor and had to play as the rank 1 player Raptor in the first round of the top 32. So, Kever, doesn't always have the best luck in terms of matchups, but is one of the better players in the Americas for sure, if not the world, and is playing decks that he's quite familiar with here.
Yeah, that's some luck. That's like being the #1 seed in March Madness, and then you get to play against like the play-in team round 1, but the play-in team is actually the LA Lakers.
Well, you might be favored at that point at this current juncture in time, because the Lakers kind of stink. But regardless, I understand the sentiment. I mean, they have Russell Westbrook, and they're not even playing him. I mean, come on. But not to get on a random tangent of current NBA teams, Kever, long story short, has a difficult road ahead, and Darkodius is certainly going to be ladening that road with all sorts of caltrops and other traps to stop that ascension for Kever.
Traps? I don't see Caitlyn or Timo, so that is just objectively incorrect. However,
the metaphorical caltrops that Darkodius is throwing onto Kever here.
If you're watching at home and you don't know what a caltrop is, it's the little pointy things that you're supposed to step on. They hurt your feet. Think
basically
of it,
Legos of old
I was just about to say, think of it as Legos, or any of the traps from Home Alone.
Yes. Anything
Everybody
Macaulay
breaks the
Culkin would
bulbs.
fashion to stop Joe Pesci from kidnapping him is basically what a caltrop is.
And so, in fear of this very dangerous blue card, we're going to see the recall come down on Kennen. Of course, I'm kidding. It's naturally to assert dominance that you've taken that recall here, because you're going to play the Kennen, you're going to get your second mark, and potentially queue up multiple triggers on this Twisted Fate. I believe that actually is going to be successful. I don't remember seeing anything in the list that directly protects Twisted Fate from that. No suit ups or anything weird like that. I think you were relying strictly on either Nami or Shelly for the protection. And a quick double check says that is correct, unless they've played Flash of Brilliance and somehow got something ridiculous there. But
yeah, something ridiculous that could generate enough mana to cast another Flash of Brilliance to then cast something ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, it would have to be a 2-mana Flash of Brilliance into giving you 10 mana on round 4, and in short, it's going to be a successful removal of the Twisted Fate there.
Yep. And so I looked it up, Charmer. Home Alone actually came out 3 years before Jurassic Park. So if we were already not sure if the chat would know Jurassic Park, Home Alone is an even wayer back, which is now a new term I just came up. An even wayer back reference.
Yeah, Macaulay Culkin, probably not the superstar with today's crowd the way that he was many, many moons ago. But if you're old enough to have seen Home Alone in the theaters like Blevins and I, well then you, sir or madam, are in fact the good son.
It came out the year I was born, so I was not old enough to see it in the theater, unfortunately.
Wow, you're really that young? How dare you?
I am. What month did it come out in 1990? November. So I would have been about 5 months old when it came out.
Oh, I mean, that's old enough. Your parents could have ruined somebody else's movie theater experience.
It's true. It is possible. But
I was like a month old when I went to my first baseball game, so.
Ooh, that is Wow, that is abysmal.
I mean, don't worry. It was like 100 degrees out, and I think I almost died or whatever, but my parents are amazing,
Ooh.
so.
There you go.
You know what else is amazing? Ari coming down here,
True.
getting ready to set up, this follow-up turn. Obviously, still Kever with the attack token here, and some mana, but Darkodius has seemingly endless ways to protect his units. We've got 2 twins, we've got the deny, and even the recall as well. So, just trying to set the board up so that they can go into a fortuitous attack. Or perhaps, depending on what happens here, maybe you're looking for a block with a Twin Discipline to try to get rid of one of the Poros before they start to scale, because that is a potential threat. If you can get not 1 but 2 elusive units that are big enough that they can just, be a wall, it's going to put Darkodius behind. Now, you still have answers, obviously. You can find those homecomings to reset the count, if you will, but it's going to slow things down, and because Darkodius is on the Absolver version of the list and not the Go Hard version, it'll be a little bit harder to overcome.
Yeah, it is definitely interesting because, like you said, these Daring Poros can actually just be sort of that wall, and Ari can usually sort of, zigzag around bigger units by bouncing an elusive, but when Kever is able to block the unit that Ari would be bouncing and be bigger than Ari, all of a sudden you can't really attack with Ari anymore. Now, we do obviously see the Twin Disciplines to pump Ari up, but even if that happens, right, even if Ari, something like the droplet gets blocked, and then the Twin Discipline comes out and Darkodius kills a Poro with the Ari and the Twin Disciplines, that's still the Twin Disciplines utilized, and we see here Darkodius is very, very low on resources right now. Only 3 cards left in hand.
Only 3 cards. They are trying to get this recall on the droplet here because they want to up the count for Ari and also draw the cards. They're in a very similar situation to what we have seen earlier in the broadcast, where if you don't get the droplet rolling, or depending on which version of the deck you're running, if you don't find 1,000 Tails, for example, then you can slowly get bled out of cards. And Darkodius trying to avoid that here. And Kever, 5 mana, 5 cards in hand, could have yet another response. Now, Darkodius can still follow this up with the Twin Disciplines as well, but that would be many cards invested to draw 1 with this droplet. Now, the drawing with the droplet is very needed here, but this actually is looking like it's going to be quite the setback. So will ultimately be successful unless Kever's sitting on another Mystic Shot. So this could be the end of the chain here, or it could be extended 1 spell more by something like a Mystic Shot, but going to be successful.
Okay. The thing is yes, it was air quotes successful, but it still cost Darkodius a bunch of cards. They drew 1, sure. They drew a fresh one, but you basically, Darkodius wasn't going up in cards. Instead, it was pseudo rummaging to discard cards in their hand to get new ones. And now, I mean, a Deny was used, a Twin Discipline was used. These are all things that Kever wants to see Darkodius using. And while card economy is getting closer here, and it's rough out there for Darkodius right now.
See, I'm not convinced that it's as rough as it looks. Because yes, you didn't make a lot of direct progress, but you still ultimately got the bounce, and you're trying to get Ari to a position where she levels, because as you said, with those Poros, you can't zigzag until she levels. Once you get to the point where Ari's leveling, well, then she'll continue all the way down the line. And so you've got a lot more to work with, and your attacks are a lot more threatening. Also, you still got Kever to spend a lot of his interactive elements as well. And right now is having to dig for Twisted Fate with these card draw options as opposed to using it to buff the Twisted Fate. You also have now top decked the Wayfinder because you dug a little bit deeper. And so here you can go with a pair of blocks, which frees up the board, drop the Wayfinder to re-flood. Depending on what you pull here, could again further extend things for you. And so, yes, it's not an ideal outcome there for Dark Odious, but I don't think it's as dire as it necessarily looks.
That's a really good point. The Wayfinder certainly does even this up quite a bit. Notably, did not hit Droplet from the Wayfinder, which would have leveled up Kennen. If we hit Kennen Droplet instead of Kennen Morn, we'd have 2 leveled Kennens now going into an open attack, and that could really be a way to just chip away at this board on the side of Kever.
Yeah, so not only is that a problem because you didn't level up Kennen, but also the parlay from the Burble means that you lose your Droplet, and so now even if you find more recalls, you lose that ability to continue digging through your deck, which is what you were hoping for. So right when I was saying, hey, it's not as dire as it looks, it turns out Burblefish says, no, it actually is as exactly dire as it looks.
Yeah, it's starting to look pretty dire now.
We're going to chain together some Burbles. We're going to get that much bigger, that much wider, and we're still going to be drawing dead on the side of Dark Odious. So that was not card draw, not anything that helps to level up the Ari. I still feel like what Dark Odious was doing was the right path, because ultimately the only way you were going to get through the Nami and the elusives was by leveling up your Ari. And then even here, I think that this is probably a calculated sacrifice where you're saying, okay, they're going to block and get rid of my Ari, but I get Wayfinder back so that I can level up my Kennen. I can thin my deck out more. I think that this is necessary. With the twin here, you also might even get a trade and protect your Ari, and it looks like that's going to be the case here.
Yep.
You've got Nopify to protect against a Get Excited that comes back as a potential answer.
Yeah, if this is a Get Excited...
But it's not!
Oh boy!
The scrap
It is
shot.
not a Get Excited!
It turns out it was actually a Get Excited in terms of getting us excited, because that was not at all what I was expecting there. I think Dark Odious played that properly, but wow, Kever just deletes the Ari.
Yeah.
And then top deck's another one.
Okay, well, we've got 14, 20, 25 power of elusives. There goes a board. And there comes a Shen emote, 1-to-1, and the matchup, let's be honest, Charmer. I mean, I didn't write this script to not have the Ari Kennen matchup happen, right?
Yeah, I mean we got to go to game 3. It's got to be Ari Kennen Mirror, because they've been boasting about which version is better. Yeah. So now we get the first crack at it. And, it's like I said before, don't go anywhere, because since we're just scripting things, they're going to meet again in the grand finals, and it'll go to game 3 again. But for now, I got to give it to Dark Odious there, just because I think it was navigated correctly. I think he was making the right choices when in bad spots, right? Trying to make the best out of what was not an ideal situation. But on the other side of things, Dark Odious has had some really great roles. We saw with the Wardens and some of those things. And so now it was, the luck, the law of large numbers going in the other direction in favor of Kever. And so it all comes down to this. It's this game 3, this pseudo mirror, and this great rivalry. And we get to see it here on Fight Night.
Yeah, well, I mean, this might be the first time we've actually seen Scrapshot cast in Fight Night, even though I feel like the number we've done, it would be unlikely that we've never seen it, but I don't recall ever seeing Scrapshot used, and certainly not to that effect.
No, I mean, if there was ever one that was cast in the past, it was not so impactful, because that was an absolute thing of beauty. And so it looks like Kever and Dark Odious pass that round 1. Dark Odious trying to get on the board here with the Droplet, and knowing that he was playing against the Go Hard version of the list, did not play at round 1 to immediately get answered. Waited till the mana was available, because we've got not 1 but 2 recalls, and so really liked that game plan. And we could see a great, okay, we see a go hard answer here.
Yep.
I love this for a number of reasons. First, because you were targeting the 2-1, if the recall was going to come down, it was not on the droplet, which would have been ideal. You also prevent more damage by targeting the 2-1. So I like that was the right play there by Kever. But also I really liked what Darkodius was doing was with these recalls was trying to set up a situation where you swing, and depending on how the blocks go, you could have ended up with 2 recalls because you might have baited them into trying to block your droplet, and then you could have drawn a card. And so again, navigation from both players, amazing up until this point, and we're going to see a good shutdown of the Ari trying to bounce the droplet here as well from Darkodius.
Yeah, this is a good showing by both players. Kever, of course, up to an early, strong start with the Ari already out. I guess technically same number, or no, actually one less triggers than Darkodius because the Ari not able to bounce because of the recall on the side of Darkodius. Conspirators, nice. There's a free card.
It's a free card and another free trigger. And so, yes, Kever has this nice start, but when you talk about the overall game plan here, Darkodius is really moving along both the progress of Kennen and Ari. That's a really big deal because you're on this Absolver variant. So the faster you can level one of them up, the more threatening you become. You hit your critical mass a little bit sooner. And this is kind of what we had talked about before, we got to this point. I had said that I feel like the Absolver version is probably a hair more consistent in this direct head-to-head mirror just because you kind of hit your crescendo a little bit sooner. But if Kever can stall this out and get to where you're casting Pack Your Bags, that is potentially a really big deal. Now, I say potentially because Darkodius is already sitting on 2 denies. So even if theoretically Kever gets to that point, Darkodius has the answers.
It is very true. But Darkodius has these answers. They're expensive. Of course, Pack Your Bags is also expensive, but Kever might be able to force out some of these denies, if not at least one of the denies potentially earlier on, or at least force Darkodius under deny mana at some point and be able to get through. And, if the denies come out, if the go-hards come out earlier, I guess they'll just get recalled. But if Darkodius ever has to use a deny on just a regular go-hard, that could be brutal.
Yeah, I'm imagining that the only way Kever actually gets to pull off a Pack Your Bags is if it's a situation where you've cast 2 go-hards and then you have 2 in hand, so you haven't presented the third yet. Because once you've cast the third one and Pack Your Bags is on the table, Darkodius is just never going to give you that window. So if there's ever a situation where, you've cast 2, you get 2 in hand, you get them to go below deny, and then you can pull it off, maybe that's the case. But these are veteran players. And so if you telegraph it ahead of time and you've played 3 go hards, then Darkodius is just not going to go below 4 at that point.
Right. Very true. Ooh, there's a big swing. This is potentially a huge swing for Darkodius here, as a deny has to come out on a recall, and Darkodius has the deny to stop the deny. This has to be calculated from Kever here, because this is not that is just a horrible rate. Even if that deny resolves, it's a horrible rate.
Well, I think you were trying to stop the level because it's just like I was saying, right? Once one of these champions levels, you have to start being worried about Absolver.
Right.
But also because you got a deny back, right? It's also giving you some information about the hand state of Darkodius because if I'm Kever and I see a deny answered by a deny, I probably put Darkodius on having the other one because it's such a powerful and important card that I just don't think that you give one up without some sort of backup plan or insurance plan there.
Right. Perhaps Kever just trying to eat the denies. I mean, there's only so many cards that eat a deny, right? I mean, deny being one of them, of course. Pack your bags being one that you certainly want to resolve. Concussive palm, homecoming, and then of course like the recalls and notifies. But I mean, I actually am really enjoying not seeing Kever's hand, because we're in the same boat as Darkodius is right now, and playing this sort of, what does that deny from Kever actually mean? Does it mean that he's starved? Does it mean he's really focusing on a pack your bags game plan where he needs those pack your bags to resolve, so he wants to try to bait out these denies, even if it's a very mana inefficient deny used from him?
Yeah, it's either that, or the other potential outcome is that maybe Kever is sitting on a number of interactive tools. Maybe it's like palms and homecomings. And so by getting the deny baited out, maybe it's not pack your bags, but you are setting up a situation where when the absolver does try to come down, your answer to the absolver is uncontested, because that's
right.
The real key here, right? Is not only do you want to get your go hards to be successful, but you also need to make sure that you have appropriate answers for the absolver when the time comes. So I think that both of those are entirely plausible, but right now, again, without seeing Kever's hand, Darkodius just looks like he's in the driver's seat. He has the health lead, has a very solid board, and then it's just all reactive tools. Anything that you could want in this version of the deck, with the exception of maybe one absolver in place of one of those twin disciplines, but otherwise, like anything you could want reactive wise, you've got here.
Yeah. What's interesting is I just counted up, both players have the same exact card economy between board and hand. They both have 10 cards. Now, granted, the power level of the cards might be different. Kever obviously has an ephemeral unit, but boy, does sign and change that card economy question very quickly, as now that is no longer in Darkodius' favor. Kever having access to many more cards. The advantage, of course, for Darkodius being that life total, like you said, and now a very big mana advantage, at least on this turn specifically.
Yeah, you might have that mana advantage, but I think we're going to see some stuff baited out here as well. The nice thing about Go Hard is that if it does get any sort of response, with the exception of that 1 mana recall, you're almost always going up in mana efficiency. You spend 1 mana and you get them to spend 2. Sometimes they spend 4. But also, Thousand Tails coming down meant that all of your elusive units are now that much better in terms of how they're trading. So you've got droplets on the side of Darkodius that can block some of these, but they're small. So you either have to invest or use some of your own recalls. Given the mana situation here, I expect a homecoming. Like, I expect a series of blocks with maybe a homecoming. But we could also maybe just see a regular recall and you save it. The only reason I was thinking homecoming is because you do still have some other tools available. But homecoming on your 3/2 to give you another palm could make some level of sense.
Yeah, it definitely could. I think there's a decent number of options here. I guess Darkodius is probably thinking that this homecoming is a limited resource right now. There's only the one, of course, in hand, at least now, and not necessarily wanting to take the value homecoming, but rather wants to save it for a very crucial time. But I mean, this sign-in, it was such a huge swing for this turn. It is a card that when we talked to Darkodius in the winner's interview last week, he basically called it trash in Ari Kennen. Granted, he was talking specifically about his version and did note that it is quite good in the Go Hard version, which he's not running. But boy, Kever really striking back with this sign-in being, I mean, at the very least, a moment in the game that is signaling a big shift.
So I really liked what Darkodius did there. At the end of the last turn, there was the opportunity to play the Wayfinder, but opted instead to bank the spell mana and then open with it here. I think that's great. However, he did not hit any cannons, right? So hitting the third droplet there, I actually think was a bit of a whiff. And so now the Godwillow coming down on sign-in is problematic. But these are all elusive units, and the one thing that is still kind of going in the favor of Darkodius is that the number of elusive units on the side of Kever is much smaller. Yes, it's a little bit bigger because of the Godwillow on Thousand Tail here, but Darkodius still likely going to generate some pressure here. And with the tools in hand, probably not this turn because you can't, survive the exchange, but in a future turn, if you get enough chip damage in, you might be able to threaten lethal with these disciplines.
Very true. Very, very true. You do need to start that up. Notably, okay, this is going to save the cannon. Blocking the cannon opened up a couple of different options for Darkodius. To do exactly what he did, stun the sign-in, which saves the cannon. Also could have killed the droplet to prevent the value trade there, but of course cannon is pretty much all Darkodius has going for him right now in terms of pressure and just maintaining some amount of board here, as this is going to become insurmountable very quickly. This go hard will now transform all of them into pack your bags. I'm pretty sure that this is go hard number 3. I don't think the last one got countered.
No, I'm pretty sure you're correct. I think this is go hard number 3.
Yeah.
There was a consideration to be made about maybe you use one of your homecomings because that would make it fizzle. But it's such a powerful tool.
I think it will still transform.
Oh yeah, you're right, because it has the shuffle in part. I always forget that.
Yeah, it's weird. If it were, I mean,
it creates 2 copies and then does the targeting, and so even if there's not a target, that first part still resolves. So,
it's one of those things where. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say he's a much brighter player than I. Very clearly drank enough coffee today where I did not.
It's one of those scenarios where reading the card does not explain the card, so it's certainly reasonable to not know all the intricacies, because like Vile Feast, for instance, would be countered entirely by Homecoming. There would be no drain.
Yeah, it's the order of operations, though, because the drain is what happens first on Vile Feast, and so if the drain doesn't happen, you don't continue, but the shuffle in is the other way.
It's also has to do with the word "to," which is weird because why would that be a keyword? But it basically is. It's drain one. It's drain 1 from any unit to create a 1/1 spider. So that if you don't do the first part, you don't get to do the second part. Only reason I know that is because we literally asked Ruben in one of the casts that he was on the broadcast for, and he kind of explained that, and it's like, oh, that's mildly confusing and innocuous at the very least. But
so really important exchange there. The pack your bags was attempted, was denied. We kind of foresaw that, but it's a big deal because that is the second deny that Kever has seen. He knows Darkodius is just out of them. So if he can somehow get a pack your bags to go off again here, it will be devastating. It will almost assuredly lock up the game at that point, even if Darkodius has ways to protect the board, whether it's disciplines or recalls or whatever. The hit between life and just kind of setting the board back would be massive.
You're absolutely. And this is, sort of that desperation homecoming here. Still going to be quite good in value. You're obviously preventing the 1. You're going to bounce back the RE, which is, necessary at this point. I'm going to see Mark of the Storm come out to take out the cannon in response, and obviously a high value homecoming for Darkodius, but I don't think Kever's too upset about that exchange.
No, I don't think so, because right now you've got Darkodius now falling behind on health, falling behind on board, and falling behind on cards in hand, and you can either redevelop your RE, which we see there, or you could have seen something like sign-in come down if you just wanted to fill your hand even more. I like the RE development because it gives you another elusive blocker. That's going to be really important because we see Darkodius gets their RE down as well. And as we look on the side of Kever, I mean, it's almost all elusives at this point, and that's exactly what you need in this situation.
Yeah, you really don't you really didn't want you wanted to you would have liked for the open attack to not be presenting lethal. Of course, the scare card here is going to be the Absolver, which we know Darkodius does not have. This block in Homecoming quite strong. And again, like you mentioned before, Charmer, Kever knows this is going to resolve. There are no denies. This is out of Nopify range. So this Homecoming's resolving. It's the question is
it? Because you could answer the Homecoming with a Homecoming if you just wanted your Ari to try to tear through their board. But I think Darkodius is right in just allowing this to happen, because if you answer Homecoming with Homecoming and then Kever with 9 mana and a bunch of other cards in hand hits something else, then you're just done, right? You lose that exchange 100%. So I think Darkodius made the right call, but theoretically there was options available to Darkodius to stop that. And I think Kever knows that, and they're just trying to bait it at this point.
The sign-in pops out. We got back to the Godwilla Seedling, and sign-in, of course, was tucked away. This open attack is massive from Kever here. Pumped board, wide board, a leveled cannon attacking. Ari, of course, leveled as well. The good
there's a lot of
Dark.
I was just going to say, there's a lot of X factors that you have to worry about here if you're on the side of Darkodius, because not only is this board threatening because the sign-in popped, but Kever's got the full 13 mana and has way more cards in hand than you. And there's a number of cards that we have not seen all of the copies from on the side of Kever, whereas, like we've mentioned a few times now, Darkodius has spent all of his denies, for example, and so this is not looking great for Darkodius. I don't think that he loses here, because he's got likely just enough tricks to just not die, but if you get to that point, you're not going to be in a winning position. Like, that's the biggest issue. You can probably survive this turn, but you'll have no way to win after it.
Right. I do think Darkodius has to block that cannon, because even if Darkodius thwarted that attack but still took 3, or it takes even as little as 2, then all of a sudden Pack Your Bags is guaranteed lethal for Kever, because we know, again, there is no denies left in Darkodius' deck.
So we see the block set up. Kever has the opportunity to respond, but as we had kind of guessed, not going to be anything too drastic here. You're just trying to make Darkodius make some sacrifices to stay alive, and then you just end up in a position that you can't really win from. We can see Wayfinder come down, and then depending on what you roll and what you top deck, maybe you can threaten with like an Absolver, but we've thinned the deck out to the point where it's just a singular cannon.
Yeah. Now, did Kever whiff because there's a Pack Your Bags on top, or whiff because there's no more units to pull left in deck? I don't know the answer.
I think the answer is it doesn't matter.
True. Very true.
It's entirely possible there's no more units in the deck, because Sign-In's been played a bunch, and so the one costs we haven't seen could just very well be in Kever's hand.
True. Darkodius, I think, realizes that the press skit block equity is very high if you're not presenting lethal. May pre-commit the... You might pre-commit the Twin Discipline, but it's not even that good. It's just all very easily blocked, I feel. It is still going to open attack here. Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and stun. Again, this is one that would be countered by Homecoming, because I believe it is stun a unit to create a 3/2. Smells like a pack your bags, and there it is. Not actual lethal in terms of exploding Darkodius's Nexus, but it is going to be enough to explode his thoughts of winning the game. Kever, 2-1, including the Ari Kennen mirror with the Go Hearts. That is going to be Kever, who had the call out on Twitter, who had the business casual uniform brought in response to Darkodius last week, taking down our previous champion and moving directly to the grand finals. Team Mastering Runeterra 1-0 versus Team Wombats here.
Yeah, this is a bit interesting just because there was a lot of hype, a lot of talk about these Ari Kennen matchups, right? The pseudo mirror, if you will. The thing that is worth highlighting in my mind is that we saw no absolvers. So if you're talking about these mirrors and what your splash is and whether or not it's a difference maker, we saw a lot more go hards and not one but two pack your bags because the first one was countered, and we saw no absolvers. So yes, Darkodius takes the loss there, but if he makes it back to the grand finals, makes that lower bracket run, I'm curious to see if it's going to play out the same way or not, because the splash card just never showed up.
True. I mean, another big key, as we mentioned, that sign in Kever's deck, not in Darkodius's. Of course, they're quite different in terms of the approach to the decks, but sign-in was certainly a difference maker in that matchup. But it is done and dusted for the winners finals. Kever taking that one down 2-1 over Darkodius. But we've still got more Legends of Runeterra action here on Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with the lower bracket when we return from a break. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends, brought to you by Wisdom. I am still Blevins. That over there is still Charmer, and we are on the losers bracket side here, Charmer. But I got to preface this next round, Charmer, with a little bit of a trigger warning. If you are arachnophobic, you might not want to watch this matchup, because we've got not one, but two different variants of spiders here going into this Bitter versus Fair Jordan's matchup.
Yeah, I'm personally excited for it because I am very much a fan of older film. We already mentioned a beautiful film by the name of Home Alone that came out in 1990, but there's also a great kind of horror, kind of comedy. I don't know. It stars Jeff Daniels. It's called Arachnophobia, and we're basically going to relive that because we've got these spiders that are the aggro, the burn version on one side, but then we've got the more controlling iceborne spiders on the other side. So we're going to have hot spiders versus cold spiders, and lots of legs running around. It's going to be a good time.
Ooh, I just got the creepy crawlies, I think they're called officially. Thinking about that, but this is a Bitter lineup. Brought that the hot spiders in this case, the aggro Noxus, Shadow Isles, pretty standard list that we've seen basically forever. Aggressive spiders, mono Elise, and then paired it with scouts. So trying to attack this format by going under it, right? The Mo approach, if you will. Just trying to play aggressive, trying to play two aggressive decks. Me smash face, me smork, where Fair Jordans, of course, our finalist from last week, is sort of gone in gone into this event with the same mindset as both Darkodius and Kever, with I'm going to bring Ari Kennen on one side of this version with the Relentless Pursuit Splash, and the other side is a deck that I think I can beat Ari Kennen with, and we saw him do it last week, and that is the Iceborne Spiders.
Yeah, and here we can already see kind of a great start on the side of the spiders. We've got the Ravine, we've got the Box, and then we've also got the Vile Feast, which is a good stall tool early, but it's a source of spiders that you can then play the Iceborne on. And so a lot of just great options to start with. The Hapless Aristocrat here is also fantastic because not only is it another way to generate spiders, but it's very cost effective. Gives you a blocker for the early turns, maybe two blockers, while letting you stall and save that mana, right? You want to save the spell mana so that you can, for example, play the Box on this Misfortune here. And it's going to be successful because there is... I apologize. I was going to say no Rangers Resolve, but I skipped
there was no Rangers Resolve. Unfortunately, the Sharp Sight still going to do the trick here, and... Well, I mean, we have Misfortune on 3 with Attack Token. That's pretty much all you could ever ask for as scouts. But we have Blighted Ravine on the side of the Iceborne Spiders to kill, right now, the whole board. Can't really ask for much more than that as the control deck.
Yeah, you really can't. And it also kind of puts Bitter in an awkward position because... You don't want to develop into a Ravine, but taking this turn off also feels bad because it's going to slow you down even further. On the side of Fair Jordans here, you can now answer with a Trundle. You could go with like a Brood Awakening here and then turn that into the Legacy the following turn. And that's a really important thing to do because when you're playing against scouts, Misfortune makes your spiders not really trade, right? You can block with them, but the ping gets rid of them before they get any damage in on the unit that they're blocking. And so once you get them up to 3/3 status, it makes everything significantly more effective. So we're going to see the Aristocrat block here. And possibly just a bit of a bait here. We're going to see the pass, but we've got the 5 mana up and the Iceborne is in hand.
Yeah, we do have it. I mean, this has got to be on... the mind at all times if you're playing against this deck. I mean, it is the namesake of the deck. It's Iceborne Legacy is the reason that we've gone into this sort of amalgamation of what would normally be like a TLC or a TLC deck or a Feel the Rush deck, instead opting for the Iceborne Legacy on these spiders. And Fair Jordans is going to be paid off pretty handsomely.
Yeah, we also see in hand now the Howling Abyss as well. So not only is it, shades of Feel the Rush, shades of, TLC, we get shades of ARAM control as well. It's not the Go Hard catalog Howling Abyss version, but you do also still get to leverage that and give yourself some additional win conditions and give yourself something to look forward to, which is, some of your favorites from Fight Night playing in an ARAM event next week. I don't know if Cass has told you yet, Blevins, but myself and some other members of the Runeterra community are going to be playing in an ARAM tournament for Riot.
Ooh, fancy. I did not know about that. I'm going to have to check that one out. But Fair Jordans is asking the classic, I think, 1997 question of who's the beatdown, as, Bitter's down to 10 here, and there's 16 power worth of units on Fair Jordan's side. I'm not sure that Fair Jordans is the control deck anymore. I think he might be the aggressor.
Yeah, and on top of that, these 4/1s are potentially more effective because that Misfortune is gone. But I was just about to say a second one's going to come down, and that means a couple of turns from now, the attack is going to be extra spicy because at that point, you are very likely going to have multiple Misfortunes and a leveled up Quinn available, because that is one attack away with no way to stop it in the hand of Fair Jordans.
Well, I maybe put some words in Fair Jordan's mouth, because I don't think he wants to know the answer of who's the beatdown right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty devastating turn. Obviously, you can set up some blocks. I don't think that you're 100% dead here, but this is a very wide board. Whatever you're using to block here is just to soak damage, because again, they're going to die to the Misfortune trigger that you tried so hard to get around. Sometimes Scouts just draws 3 MFs and that happens, but Fair Jordans does have the Ravine, does have this Vile Feast as well.
Yeah.
So you can use that to likely set up, getting rid of that other Misfortune. The problem is that Ranger's Resolve will at least stop the initial damage.
Yeah, and I still have no idea how this interaction works. Like, where will the MF that pops out of the landmark get hit by Ravine, or will it not? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if it's going to follow order of operations, which should be that it comes out first since that resolved first, or if it's going to give Bitter the benefit of the doubt because they will be active player due to attack token, but it does look like it followed order of operations, so it did take the damage. But this open attack here is already devastating, so yeah, we're going to see the surrender come out. I felt like all of the tools were there for Fair Jordans, and yet it's not enough when your opponent draws 3 Misfortunes and a Quinn. Like, if there's a high roll for Scouts, it's when you draw your champions, and then when you just draw all the champions, right? You draw 66% of the champions in your deck. It's probably going to go pretty well for you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the classic Scouts mantra. Me draw champion, me win. Me draw champion, me probably win. Me draw champion, me have attack token on odds, me definitely win. And that's exactly what happened for Bitter there. But again, you mentioned before when we saw Scouts, it's like that's part of the reason why you play the deck. Not every game ends up being like that. Now we've seen 2 games end up in a similar scenario, but not every game ends up like that, but some of them do, and that's part of the allure of playing a deck like that.
And so now we get to see the aggro spiders, the hot spiders, taking on the cold spiders here, and this is going to be really interesting because if Fair Jordans can get to a point where even just one of the legacies fires off, the fearsome advantage will go away because all of the 1-drops at that point will be able to block the fearsome units. Yep. And it's interesting. It looks like we're going to see him just go for a block here to get rid of the Aristocrat in order to trigger an early Iceborne, because otherwise you would have expected the Sentry to be played, for example. But because of the pass there, they are really kind of telegraphing, okay, I want to get this legacy off. That made Bitter kind of say, wait a minute here, if they're doing that, maybe now is when I should push more damage. So considering playing the Stygian here, you've also got the Brothers Bond there as well. This also could be a bit of a bait because of the box. So yes, you've got the Iceborne, but this box is really devastating. And I think I was gonna say, I think you have to take it because it's just too juicy.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, if you're Fair Jordans, you're never like blocking the 1/1, waiting for them to Brothers Bond, and then using the box to get even more value, because you're never like, if they don't have Brothers Bond, then you just took a lot of extraneous damage.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I think that was their game plan before the Stygian came down, because you saw him snap it out to block the one time, and so I think the game plan was, you know, if they're only gonna present 4 damage, I can block the 1/1, get my spiders out, get them buffed, and then if they present Brothers Bond, I haven't committed anything, and so I can play the box anyway. So I liked the flexibility there. It was a great read, and ended up being beautiful on the side of Fair Jordans, because they really punished Bitter, trying to be greedy, really, you know, extra aggressive there.
Normally, I'm not the biggest fan of firing off the Fervor there, even though it's not going to be countered, because a lot of times these Shadow Isles Freljord decks have a ton of life gain, and you know, with Withering Wail and other cards like that. But in this scenario, Fair Jordans has no Withering Wails. The only life gain is from the Blighted Ravine and Vile Feast. I believe that's it. Yeah. So there's not actually a ton of life to be gained from Fair Jordan. So even chipping in that early damage from Fervor is not really going to be, it's not really going to be healed back up a ton, at least.
Yeah, you say there's no life gain. However, there are 2 copies of the Howling Abyss, and so all you have to do is, you know, roll a level 2 Pantheon from your Howling Abyss that then rolls Lifesteal, and you're back in business.
Although, I guess Glimpse Beyond does count as a target, right?
Well, you don't need targets, because the Howling Abyss gives you the level 2 one anyway.
Well, it does, but it only gets one ability for each time something's been targeted. So, or for each round that something has been targeted in. So if it's leveled, it would level up, but then have no additional abilities if something was targeted.
Well, that's why you start Vile Feasting your own units.
True. I mean, Iceborne Legacy counts, Glimpse counts, so there's at least 2, or there's at least going to be 2 probably.
Yeah, you got plenty of room to high roll that lifesteal, but
yeah.
Right now, Bitter kind of in an awkward spot, because we've seen a couple of these draw spells go out where traditionally what you want to find with them is Doom Beast, but there was already 2 natural Doom Beasts in hand, and so instead of picking up the extra sources of burn, now you're using them to try to stabilize, right? Like you're getting a blocker, you're getting some of that drain in. Yes, you're chipping away at the life as well, but right now, Fair Jordans is in a great position to, you know, just kind of wait out this turn and then hit a big Iceborne attack on the following turn.
Yeah, with a level lease, I would say this game is over. Fair Jordans would be okay. This is going to put to 9, 3, 6. I mean, yeah, you're not even afraid. There's no. Like, if hand was full of Noxian Fervors, you're still not dead.
Yeah, and the worst part is you've even got the Skitterer, like if you want to try to push a little bit of fearsome damage this round. But the problem with that is that Iceborne will just bring them back up to blocking ability. So,
yeah, I think Bitter will probably concede when the Iceborne is played, if I had to guess. But maybe not. You do still have to block both of these, I think, or at least one of them, or just cast the box. That's also, yeah, just wipe the board. That works too.
Yeah, turns out the box is pretty good. So you're gonna get the Fervor here. It'll take them down to 6.
Sure.
But the open attack is you're gonna get rid of the Elise.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, that helps
you don't,
ish,
yeah.
but the open attack still finishes the game, right? So
yeah,
ultimately, this is going to be a victory for Fair Jordans.
Yep, this is a Iceborne Legacy doesn't exist, and I can somehow come back from this with burn plan, but it's not going to happen. Fair Jordan's going to take this one down and force a game 3, which will be this Hot Spiders versus the Ari Kennan plus Rally Splash. So we'll have to see how that one works out.
Yeah, so Cold Spiders, it turns out, are the superior spiders. Not really a shocker there, though. Like, let's be honest, any sort of like Freljord / Shadow Isles control is traditionally pretty favored into the spider variants, just because you've got so many ways to deal a lot of damage to the board. Even if you're not running Withering Wail, just the presence of Vile Feast, the box, things like that, it can be pretty devastating. And so now we get Ari Kennan into an aggressive lineup, and it's not quite scouts. But one of the things that you and I have highlighted earlier in the broadcast is that Ari Kennan can struggle against fearsome units. And the spiders are certainly capable of generating a bunch of fearsome units. We'll see if that ends up mattering. Mulliganed a couple of them away that time and ended up with the non-fearsome options, but lots of 1-drops. And so I think that ultimately this is still slightly better. I think you want your 1-drops early to take advantage of it, and then you want to draw into the fearsome units to go over the top later.
Absolutely. I think I actually really like the choicing that Bitter went with. Kept the 1 Arachnid Horror here in the 3/2 fearsome, which is very strong against Ari Kennan in general. But the deck, especially when you're on odd attack token, the deck plays like 16 1-drops or something. You absolutely want 1-drops. And as we see here, Bitter is going to go turn 1, 1-drop, turn 2, 2-drop, turn 3. How about 3 more 1-drops against Ari Kennan? Now, this hand would potentially get blown out against the Cold Spiders or a different, control deck that's running like Avalanche or something. But against Ari Kennan, this is a nightmare scenario for Fair Jordans.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to do against Ari Kennan because, to beat that horse to death, it's not a deck that blocks very well.
5 on turn 3.
Yeah, down to 5 on turn 3. And the thing is that even if you get a bunch of blockers out and you start to stabilize, you still have to worry about fearsome, and you also have to worry about the burn. So now you're going to go down to 3. You're going to have to worry about things like Fervor, things like Decimate. You've got the Doom Beasts. And so with no consistent way to gain health in Ari Kennan, in fact, in this version, I don't think there's any way to gain health because it's not the Go Hard version. This is looking pretty dire.
To say the least, I think. I think open attack is already going to be presenting lethal. That will force out Homecoming to stop the fearsome, and then you'll get hit by the other fearsome, go down to 1, and you're gonna die to the proc here from the. Okay, we're gonna actually take down a unit here. This makes sense. Yeah, the Saboteur needs to be killed because. Open attack with it, even through Homecoming, would be lethal.
Yeah, this is again just. I was gonna say
that was a miss. That was a miss attack. Just threw away the cannon there.
I mean, I was gonna say this looks like it's an uphill battle to begin with, but this looks like it's got to be maybe a mistake, a misclick or whatever. You never want to like say, hey, like this is just an outright mistake when you're watching players, because sometimes you're just wrong. In my case, I'm wrong all the time, but that one looked pretty clear, and the snap surrender I think confirms it.
Yeah, it was the snap surrender that made me think that, not the actual choice to do it. But yeah, it was dire. I think regardless, I don't think anything that Fair Jordans did potentially in that game mattered at all, and that's going to be Bitter taking it down 2-1. But again, to go over it, like, you're bringing Hot Spiders, you're bringing Scouts for that reason. Sometimes you just win and you get to play Solitaire. You don't care what your opponent has. It literally does not matter. I go turn 1 1-drop, turn 2 2-drop, turn 3 3 1-drops, and you're at 5 on turn 3. Your turn, friend, and it doesn't matter. That's why you bring the deck.
So sometimes you're like bitter and you put a number in your name because numbers and names win games.
I mean, at least in that scenario, it did.
That's the strategy.
That's the strategy.
Not biased or anything, but
I don't have any. I mean, does an underscore count as a number? I don't think so. But
I don't know. Well, can you add it to anything? Can you divide by an underscore, Blevins? I'm not sure a math professor, but I feel like the answer is no.
I'm not a mathematician. Someone in chat will confirm it, but we're going to confirm who's going to be making it to the grand finals after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We've got more Fight Night Legends after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayers Fight Night Legends, brought to you by Wisdom Blevins with Charmer. We are moving on in this tournament to the losers finals here. We've got Bitter versus Darkodius, and my memory's getting a little off here, Charmer, but I think that there was a game that happened last round, or maybe it was just a blip, and I just saw a spider, got scared, and passed out, and now I'm here.
Yeah, I remember saying we were going to watch a match, and then I sneezed, and then Bitter was the victor on the bracket. Congratulations to Bitter. Not taking anything away. It was just very, very quick. That's what happens when you bring a pair of aggro decks, and then you have an explosive opener like they did have game 2, and they're going to be looking to replicate that because now they've got to take on Darkodius, and Darkodius is a very motivated individual, wants to take another shot at Kever, who knocked them down to this lower bracket final. And they've got a bit of a friendly rivalry going, is where I was starting to go. My brain was going faster than my mouth. And so he would like to get back to facing off against Kever, but he has to survive Bitter, who you could say is a bit bitter that we're not considering in this particular bracket, because he says, hey, you know, you guys are talking about Darkodius, you're talking about Kever, but what about me? What about the guy with a number in his name? I'm bitter and I want to be recognized.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is it was a very motivated lineup, right? Like we said, it is 2 aggro, the hot spiders and scouts. You're not bringing a lineup that you think isn't going to be able to beat Ari Kennan, at least in some way, and we've seen both of these decks do it today already. So we're gonna have to take a look and see if Bitter is going to be able to do it. You're going to have to take out the scouts first from Darkodius, as that's the one that Darkodius has lined up first.
Yeah, it's going to be scouts against the hot spiders here with the hot skin for Elise, that World Breaker Elise skin. And
great skin, by the way.
This is, you know, honestly a bit interesting because we talked about the weakness of Ari Kennan and how the fearsome units can sometimes get some of that additional damage in, but the same thing is kind of true for scouts in the early game. There are some units that have 3 attack power here. We see the Bright still come down. This is one of the better early game units you can ask for in this matchup, but until you start getting to like Quinn, there's not as many. And so spiders can sometimes leverage that, get in there, but instead here, we are seeing really the ideal setup, the ideal counter from Darkodius. You get the Fleet Feather into the Bright Steel. It's like the 1-2 punch that you want against aggro.
Absolutely. This is certainly the setup that Darkodius is looking for. Bitter, I think, teasing a little bit. I think both of these players are Wombats, so a little bit of playful banter here with Bitter pretending like he was going to block with the Elise, but I think that there was never any thought to block with Elise. And that 0-3 weirdly okay here, as it's going to be able to block the 2-3 for free, get that +3, +0, and or even block a 1-1. Give him a 3-2. Why not?
You know, you say there was never going to be any consideration, but there is a backup Elise in hand. And so if you're getting rid of the only thing that blocks fearsome and then you're just replaying your Elise, then maybe, just maybe, there would have been a consideration. Now, I think that obviously the right choice was made, but I'm just saying that there's a chance. There's a world where he was thinking, all right, there's no way he's got more units with 3 attack power.
Right.
But obviously Misfortune is one of them. And apparently the 1-drops that you get off of Warden are also capable of doing it, because now we see that 3-2 sitting over there after it took some damage.
Yeah. It's I think, you know, in many cases I would think, okay, I can block with the Elise because that trade is going to happen anyway. But, you know, if Bitter takes that 3 damage and then essentially offers that trade back, that will still happen. But the difference is that there's a Spiderling created, which this deck is, you know, doesn't always have an insane opener where you've dealt 15 damage on turn 3. It sometimes needs to chip away and will very often win by an exact amount of damage. So every single point of damage can absolutely make a difference. So trading 3 for even just 1 damage on that Spiderling on a later turn, you know, Bitter essentially has to make that trade.
Oh, that's gotta hurt when the turn before you were considering playing the Shadows. You thought, you know, maybe they might play that in the 1-drop, and then you top deck the Doom Beast, which is ultimately what you probably wanted to hit with your Shadow. So Demolitionist here is still a source of 2 damage, but when you're already down to 7, the drain from the Doom Beast is, you know, very appealing. And now with this rally coming down and no way to stop it, this is looking like it's again going to be a very fast game, but not in favor of the hot spiders this time around.
Yeah, Scouts is just, it is performing very, very well in the multiple times across multiple players that we've seen it. I mean, this is just going to be leveled up Elise. Leveled up Misfortune. Bitters. Bitter sees the writing on the wall, and we're going into a game number 2.
Yeah, a little bit of Path of Champions emoting there. We saw the Lux thumbs up, which I think is, you know, maybe the new most hated emote for a long time, especially if you're an OG like me and Blevins. Then Braum with the wave was perhaps the most tilting emote because it's the one you saw all the time and people spammed it. But I think for players that are newer, right, if you've been playing a lot of Path of Champions ever since Riot has made the AI taunt you with the Lux thumbs up, I've seen more and more people say that they really hate that one.
It is just the way that her face looks and the thumbs up. It's just like the most condescending thing ever.
It does not look like Lux's face. It looks like an emote meant for Jinx.
Yeah, I agree with that, actually. It does not really look like Lux's face.
If that had blue hair, I would be like, yeah, that's a Jinx emote for sure.
Yeah. I'm a Tom Kench enthusiast. I like that. I've been on the Tom Kench emote since it came out.
Well, that's because that's just you.
It's true.
All right, so Dark Odious now on the feared RE cannon, already up a game. Meanwhile, we've got Bitter here on the Scouts with a couple of misfortunes. Also has the 1-drop and the 2-drop, but not attacking on odds, which is usually where you want to be. Like, that's the ideal setup. Decides taking the free damage here is a bit, you know, more attractive. I don't disagree, right? You want to take that damage because RE coming down with that 3 health would have really kind of thrown you for a loop if you'd already developed the Valor, because you wouldn't have the mana for the Sharp Sight. So ultimately, I think it was the right decision. And Dark Odious with the Blade Twirler, that's something that we did not highlight before, but it is a bit of a spicy tech that Dark Odious brings.
Yeah, it is the, you know, another big differentiator between the Kever version and this Dark Odious version. The Blade Twirler, of course, you know, with the Mourned and with all of the other bounce effects, can get quite big, and you know, a lot of times, okay, it just gets shunt blocked, but that's where the Absolver comes in, because you can give it Overwhelm, and that can end a game very, very quickly, or very abruptly, rather. It doesn't always work out that way, but sometimes it's just a check. Hey, do you have the bounce spell? Do you have the silence? Do you have the way to deal with this? Because if you don't, you're just dead.
Yeah, the Absolver is absolutely what makes it, you know, worthy of being played in that version, and why we don't see it in the others. But we do kind of have to point out that this was a great roll. When the 2/4 came down, it spawned a 1/2, nothing normally to write home about, but it's going to generate an extra card on the following turn. And so you've already got this wide board. You're going to extend your resources a little bit more. We've also got the Ranger's Resolve in hand, Make It Rain, Sharp Sight, and of course that Relentless Pursuit. So on the following turn, likely a lot of options available. You do have to kind of bait the mana out of the RE cannon player, but we're already seeing the makings of ways to punish them if there's an opening that presents itself.
Yep, and this is you know, exactly what we've seen time and time again with the Scouts deck, with some of these other aggressive decks. It's, yeah, there's answers for the RE cannon deck. You've got the recalls to save the RE, and but like no banked mana, spells used, a card like Homecoming is one that potentially could swing this, or at least, you know, keep the misfortune from leveling up. But where is Darkodius going to find the time to cast it? Could cast it now, sure, but that's the whole turn. You're not developing anything else. You're just going to fall behind in other ways.
Yeah, and on top of that, we've got that Quinn that was drawn by the pool shark that, yes, you know, you can get that homecoming in, but then the Quinn comes down and then they can go right into the open attack next turn, and you've got the rally. There's a lot of firepower here. I feel kind of bad for Darkodius because, again, you and I have mentioned that sometimes scouts just high rolls. And that's why it's such an attractive tournament deck, because anytime that you can go into a scenario where you just kind of like, oops, I win, you get those free victories, it really helps. And we're going to see the deny for the Make It Rain. Yeah,
and again, like, okay, sure, you did not lose your entire board. That was the result of that deny. You spent 4 mana to stop 2. You saved your board, sure, but this was not progressing the board at all for Bitter. And now open attack, I'm pretty confident in saying is presenting lethal, even if there's not an open attack. Okay, it's actually not presenting lethal, but let's open attack. Let's open scout attack, kill your board, chip some damage, and then the next attack will be a leveled misfortune, and good luck.
Yeah, you have to survive this attack and somehow stop the misfortune and be in a position and just hit surrender. That's the end of that chain. Yeah, and you just hit surrender. Yeah. So Darkodius, much like Bitter the previous game, says, all right, the writing's on the wall. This one is over. Let's go to the next game. And so now we are going to go to a game 3. And we're going to have the return of Hot Spiders that lost that first game, and then they opted to bring the scouts into Ari Kennan. But ultimately, it comes down to this. We're going to see whether or not those fearsome units can make an impact, and whether or not you can get enough pressure, get things going. This is a high-stakes game. Winner of this goes to the grand finals.
Oh, yeah. Very, very high stakes. What do we get? Okay, we've got 1 drop. We've got 2 drop with Fearsome. We've got Stygian to push more damage. We've got Noxian to go over the top. I mean, this is, you know, maybe outside of an Elise on 2. This is just about how Bitter would want to draw it up.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't be shocked if we see a potential pass, because if you want to play Stygian on 2, then, you know, you need to have an activator. But I like this play because you've got the fearsome unit and you've also got the horror there. You're not really too worried, I don't think. And yeah, they're just going to slap that down because fearsome, really big deal. We've beat on that horse quite a bit tonight, but that's because it's so relevant in the Ari Kennan matchup. And this early on, it's even more relevant because if you don't have a pump, so here we're going to see the Absolver.
The Absolver comes in.
That's just giving up the Absolver and a droplet, but if you don't have the pump, there's just no way to block until you get to Palm or Homecoming. So very, very great start for Bitter here.
And, you know, I think in some matchups that turn to Stygian would make a lot of sense. In this one, like, the Fearsome is basically going to be relevant the whole game. It's not... unless you're leveling up one of your champions or playing Sign-In, which isn't in this deck, Stygian's gonna connect, whether it's turn 2 or it's turn 4 now. So this is, I mean, we can see Bitter got the head bob going. The God Willow Seedling on the Shadow Assassin. That's a desperation play for sure. We're taking 8 here. Let's just let's make it a full 11. Put opponent down to 7. Get the Noxian Fervor in when your unit's going to die anyway, and when they're below Nopify mana. This is exactly where Bitter wants to be.
Yeah, 3 Nopifies, 2 denies. Doesn't matter if you have no mana. And so not only are they down to 7, but we've got a pair of Doom Beasts in hand. One of them likely coming down this round, so that's going to be more damage as well. Now, Doom Beast does put the skill on the stack, so at some point deny could be relevant if that is going for lethal, but you don't feel good about that. Like, you don't ever want to be in a position where you need to deny a Doom Beast. So as this gets lower, and the Brothers Bond,
boy,
off the top.
This is I want to say deterministic, you need a homecoming just to survive, and then yeah, Brothers Bond makes this. Yeah, you cannot notify a Brothers Bond. That's just gonna be game. And Charmer, you really got to stop sneezing. These games are ending too quickly. What? Unless? Wait, unless?
No, we got
okay,
the
recall
Shen.
does nothing.
Yeah, we're just seeing the double recall here.
Yeah. Wow. That's
so
gonna be it.
Bitter with the game 3 victory is going to be moving on to the grand finals. Knocks off Darkodius, who will not get another shot at Kever, and so we're going to be seeing those two facing off in the grand finals. It's again going to be Kever taking on now Bitter, and Bitter looking really good with this aggressive lineup tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we see this from time to time, a lot of times brought by Mo as the aggro enthusiast, but Mo is cursed on Fight Night for whatever reason, but or rather not cursed on Fight Night, cursed when being cast by Casanova, which a lot of times that's the case for Fight Night. But, you know, hey, the double aggro lineup in the Giant Slayer format, sometimes it's really, really well positioned, and I think right now with the Ari Kennen, you know, twist to the meta right now, it makes a lot of sense to bring a double aggro lineup right now, Charmer.
I mean, clearly, because it's working. So far, the only match that Bitter lost was to Nunu earlier on. That was the player who has the Pantheon Taric list, and so it's entirely possible that maybe they just hit a stabilization point against these aggro lists, eked out a win, but against the more kind of meta decks that we've seen so far on the broadcast, this has looked very, very impressive. The aggressive game plan is working, and so we're going to see if that can continue in the grand finals.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. But before we get to that, Charmer, we are going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We've got the grand finals coming up after a short break. Welcome back to Giant Slayers Fight Night Legends. I am Blevins, still joined by the one and only Charmer. And Charmer, we have made it. We're finally here. The grand finals.
Yes, you're absolutely right. It's the grand finals. We're going to see Bitter taking on Kever. It's been a fantastic night, but I think that this is going to be a great matchup to watch because it's not, I think, going to be a repeat of what we just saw. We saw Bitter kind of taking on Darkodius, but that RE Cannon lineup is not the same as Kever's. Also, Kever's second deck, not quite the same as well. I don't think that this is going to be as easy of a time for Bitter. But before we jump into all of that, I have been told that we have to talk about the format and how we got here.
We do have to talk about the format, Charmer, and I want to bring this up because this, ladies and gentlemen, is the last fight night with this format, which was, of course, 8 invited players, double elim, all matches of best of 3 players, bringing 2 decks with no region overlap. And to win, you got to win with both of your decks. Starting at the next Fight Night Legends, we will be moving to the Riot Lock format, aka the same format as the seasonal. So that is very exciting news. More details on that to come. But what is important here is that if Bitter wins here, Charmer, we'll get a bracket reset and we'll see even more Legends of Runeterra.
Yeah, now it's not a full bracket reset. We don't go back to all 8 players.
Oh no, we do. On the last one, we play out the whole tournament entirely.
But the finals do get a reset. Yeah, right now, technically, Kever, because they were from the winners bracket, they have not dropped a match all night. They are kind of ahead, if you will. They are favored. So if they lose, they enter the losers bracket, but they're the only ones left there. And so then we play again, if you're wondering how that works. But if Kever wins, then we just have a grand finals winner. They win $100. Congratulations to them if that's the case. But I'm really excited for this because, as we were kind of alluding to before we talked about the format and the bracket, Kever's lineup is a bit more suited to deal with Bitter's aggressive list because he's on RE Cannon, but with the go hards. So a little bit more in the toolbox for stalling some of that early aggression. You're able to maybe ping the Stygians, for example, get yourself a little bit of health. If you do survive to the pack your bags, it can be devastating. And then when you look at the other deck lists that they've brought, again, they're on Nami and Twisted Fate. You've got access to Red Card. You've got those Mystic Shots, those Get Exciteds. And so your ability to stall against these hyper-aggressive decks is a little bit better than what we've seen from other players playing against Bitter tonight.
Absolutely. And we see Kever sort of aggressively mulliganing. I'm imagining for Go Hard does end up keeping the RE, as that's going to be part of the puzzle in almost any win that this deck puts together. So you definitely want that, but looking for Go Hards, looking for maybe droplets, something to deal with early aggression, but this is not it.
Yeah, you were looking for anything that was not double Thousand Tails. Those sign-ins there not helping you a ton, which is why we're seeing this just preemptive palm, because not only do you stun the one unit, but you give yourself a blocker here as well. And I'm actually, a bit surprised because this tells me that you are looking to block with the palm, but if that was the case, you could have made the argument that maybe you were supposed to stun the 2-1 so that you block that 3-2, but with Stygian coming down, you're soaking the 4 anyway. So maybe that was the read all along. Who knows?
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. You think, oh, I want to stun the bigger unit, but actually you want to stun the smaller unit that you can't block anyway so that you can make the trade and actually kill the unit that you want to. Didn't end up mattering there, though. I think that even if Kever opened on the stun on the 2-1, you're probably blocking the horror here instead of the Stygian onlooker there. So I don't know. Might not matter, as this is a very wide board for Bitter, and sand is kind of cringe for Kever.
Yeah. I was just about to say, it really doesn't matter what one you stun and what one you block when you only have one unit against an entire board.
Yeah.
This is a nightmare. This is devastating. We also see the burn in Bitter's hand. Yes, Kever has the deny, has the nopify, so we've got the answers for the burn, but there is no answer for this board, and it's not coming anytime soon.
Yeah.
We really needed to find a go hard early and some just early bodies. Those sign-ins, not helpful. The recall, certainly not helpful when you don't have something like a droplet. So while Kever, and I stand by this, did have more tools to deal with this aggression, it doesn't matter if you don't find them. And then this is a great read by Bitter, sees that Kever is below deny mana, so takes the decimate while it is available. And now Kever finally finds a go hard. So we've got a go hard, and we can play one of these Thousand Tails just to get another body.
Sure.
But I think you want to play the go hard first so that they shuffle in, increase your chances of getting more.
Yeah, and notably, Kever kind of painted into a corner in having to develop the Ari last turn so that you'd have mana to play the sign in this turn, but that did, both of those led to going under deny mana for the decimates, and that's 8 damage that, well, at least one of them could theoretically have been countered. But at the cost of board, and this one's looking like it is going to be done and dusted with the actually could technically Kever's not doing the math. That's it.
There's no way you're saving that, because even if you can survive, then you're going into burn range. The problem there was that Kever just never had a board, so was unable to save the mana for the denies, really do anything there. So very quick, very painless on the side of Bitter, right? You just, oh, whoops, I got a victory. We're going to hopefully not see the double Thousand Tails into another aggressive deck, but if we do, then we'll just get a bracket reset and we'll do it all again. So the one thing that is working in Kever's favor here is, again, that they won through the winner's bracket. So even if this is a total flop, then we get that bracket reset and you get even more chances to find your tools. But this is already looking miles better. We have a droplet and we have a go hard, and you would have preferred this against spiders, significantly more units with 1 health there, but this is still a much better start.
Oh, absolutely. A certainly much better start here. Even has a blocker for the 1 drop, which is perfectly fine for Kever here. Takes that trade all day. I do like the choice on Bitter's side to actually mulligan away the Screecher, the 2/1s from their hand, knowing that, hey, you know what? I do not want to give massive go hard equity to Kever here. Granted, playing the Mirai Warden is going to give that anyway, but at least not on the 1 drop. Like, you're still getting something out of the Mirai Warden at least.
Yeah, it's interesting because you could have kept the 2/1 and just not played it round 1.
Right.
Like, that's also certainly a possibility, but I think that you want an aggressive opener. So finding the 2/2, very, very solid. This is interesting because, we talk about how good Fearsome is against Ari Kennen, and so you roll the Fearsome elusive unit here. Thankfully, just a 1/1 with no, permanent ways to buff this up, but does also give them access to
Pursuit.
An elusive blocker. Oh yeah, there is the Relentless Pursuit with that.
I think it grants, right?
Yeah, I believe that one's a grant now.
Yeah. Yep.
In my mind, that still is a fast speed spell that costs 3, okay?
That costs 3, yep. Making Mayday! It was buffed, so now it doesn't get nopified.
Right. Totally a buff.
I think we can agree it was at least a burf.
It was something. It wasn't a buff, it wasn't a nerf, it was just a transformation.
Yeah. I call that transformation a burf. Because that's the noise that happens when cards get changed. Not because it's a buff nerf. In case you were wondering, chat. Anyway, there's a misfortune on 4 for Bitter, just a little bit late. Still going to be pretty good here, as it's going to line up with Quinn on 5. And Quinn plus misfortune can lead to your fortune in a tournament for sure.
Yeah, you're going to have Quinn, you're going to have misfortune, and then on the following turn after that, you'll also have the rally. However, Kever is still at 19 health. and has not one but two homecomings in hand, has found an Ari, has found a Kennen, has found a droplet, right? So has the core that you would want in this matchup. I think that, again, this is significantly better this game because of the start that Kever had, and Bitter is honestly facing a bit of an uphill battle if they don't find some additional firepower. What you really want to do is go as wide as possible while also getting value from your challenges. With Misfortune on the board, you might be able to get some decent value here with the Valor because of the ping trigger. So there is a consideration to be made about maybe you do the homecoming before the attacks are declared, so that if Valor challenges something, it's not free, and that is exactly what's going to happen here.
Yep, absolutely. We're firing off that homecoming now. Gonna slow down the Misfortune for sure. But still, I mean, Quinn on her own is doing work.
And so the Valor does end up making the trade, but I think that if you are Bitter, you are fine with that. Ultimately, you still need to get rid of the bodies on Kever's board so that you can push that damage through. And again, Kever's still at 16 health. That's not really where you want them to be once you're at this stage of the game. They're now going up to 17 because they're finding those go hards. The longer this goes, the more it favors Kever because of the inevitable pack your bags that will hit the board. And yes, you've got the Ranger's Resolve, but there's a big difference between Ranger's Resolve against, you know, the 1 damage ping of go hard versus the 5 damage of pack your bags.
Very true. I guess the high life total certainly not great for Bitter, but you know, if Quinn goes unblocked, she's attacking for 6 unleveled and 8 plus the Valors when she's leveled because of Scout. So, you know, you tack on a Misfortune and all of a sudden you really don't need a lot of attack tokens. Well, you don't need to start the turn with a lot of attack tokens to actually kill Kever. You're going to be generating plenty on your one turn. And, you know, even with Kever at 14, Bitter can end this in one turn.
Well, with Kever going below deny mana here, you've got Misfortune on the board, you've got the Pursuit in hand, so you could actually just fire these off now and then set yourself up for the open attack. That's entirely reasonable. The only reason that you would maybe wait is Kever still has the attack token. You assume that they're probably going to do something with it, and if you can get them to spend a little bit more mana, then you could play around the Kennen stun. Because, you know, 1 mark is in hand. Here we see Kennen leveling. So you would be concerned about, like, okay, I do the rally and then they just stun the Quinn and I don't get nearly as much value. So instead they just develop, set themselves up for the open attack. This is also fine.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Like, a lot of times, they're under denying. I'm gonna cast the rally, which is, I think, would still be very good because you're getting the full value out of the rally for Quinn. Like, you're actually generating 2 attack tokens with the rally, whereas if you do it,
only if she swings though, right? So like that's the problem, right? The 0 mana stuns that Kennen provides still throws off the math. That's the beauty of modern Ionia is you don't have to just watch 4 mana. You don't even have to just watch 2 mana. You just have to watch Kennen.
Yeah, that is very true. Now, Kever has the choice here. If Kever just, well, I guess if Bitter can play Ranger's Resolve, but if Bitter lets this go, Kever can also press OK, trades happen, and then post-combat, Kever can stun the Quinn, or can double mark the Quinn, kill it. Kever instead could say, oh, I'm going to save my Kennen, double mark the Quinn now, stun it, and, you know, essentially allow both to live. But I don't know. Yeah, okay, Kever is actually gonna opt for that. I'm not sure which one I favored. I mean, we know that it was going to get blown out by Ranger's Resolve either way, but I almost like just killing the Quinn.
Yeah, it's interesting because killing the Quinn is attractive, but if you're going to protect your cannon here, and then not only are you stunning this, but you've got another mark, right? So you get to remark it to set up for future turns as well. I think you kind of just hold on to the control that this affords you, because you've got a number of recall options in your hand. So this cannon, if you keep it around, you can continue to abuse. Whereas if you let the cannon go and you look at the resources in hand here, it's just Ari and the droplet at that point. And so, yes, you can draw a bunch of cards off the droplet, but I think keeping this cannon is really important for slowing down the board of Bitter and allowing you to also just take advantage of the recalls and get Ari to a point where she levels up as well. You've now just top decked the Twin Disciplines. So if you can survive for another round, use these recalls here defensively, you should be in a position where you can win on a follow-up.
Yeah, maybe. The problem is we're going to be...
Yeah, the trick is that I said if you survive, right? So yeah, you have to navigate this turn. You've got a lot of tools. You've got Twin Disciplines to keep stuff alive. You've got Homecoming. You can't Homecoming and deny, but you do have Homecoming plus the recall. And you're not really worried about your Homecoming getting stopped in most cases, though we do see that Make It Rain. But the Twin Disciplines protects that as well. So
yeah,
again, a lot of options, a lot of back and forth here. The trick is you have to survive this, but then also survive the next attack and the rally. And so the Make It Rain does land there. So now you've got to defend against that, which means that rally is going to end up being devastating.
Yeah, is this just over now with rally?
It's got to be pretty close, because I think that you really needed this Make It Rain to land on the cannon and not this droplet. You needed to save your tools and save your mana just to like threaten some sort of response, because now if you're on the side of Bitter, you kind of get the green light to just go here.
Yeah, Quinn is gone, or well, Quinn actually could get replayed here, funny enough, which might actually be more powerful than Rally. Probably not. Well,
it's probably not, because with Misfortune on the board,
right,
and with the need to still bounce that cannon to continue making more marks, like this Valor is just generating a ton of value right now.
That's true. Yeah, the Valor can kill the Ari right now, or at least threaten to kill the Ari. We're gonna hit for one. Cannon could block Misfortune. But that means like either your Ari or your cannon is going to die if you're blocking with the cannon, I suppose.
Yeah, I think this next attack you can, feel free to swing with everything not named Misfortune, and then turn around and you could then rally the Misfortune and swing safely into the rest if you wanted. But going this way, you just get another Valor. Like this is also fine because you get multiple challenges as well, and you start getting the credit on the Quinn.
Yeah, and Misfortune can attack now, because the 3 powers are gone.
And so while this isn't, likely going to result in lethal for this attack, it still puts Kever behind on board pretty significantly. So the Quinn development is certainly fine as well. I think that the math probably ends up working out the same if you go with the rally, but your board isn't as developed. So this is ultimately, I think, probably better. It's the more conservative path.
It's really, would you like the hot fudge on your sundae, or would you like the double peanut butter blast? And also, you like both of those things equally. So,
yeah, I mean, really, it just comes down to the consideration.